Chapter 16, Rainstorm. Chapter 16, Rainstorm. The wind rose a while later, followed by the fall of rain. Xiao Qiye braved the rain and galloped his horse through it. He arrived at the Imperial College just in time to hear Jiao Zhongxiong shouting with his head raised. As long as the traitor is not executed, the wrath of the public will not be appeased. The students at the back kowtowed and echoed in unison. As long as the traitor is not executed, the wrath of the public will not be appeased. The rain spattered upon the earth, soaking the students' robes and hair. Xiao Qiye reined in his horse, and the horse trod its hooves on the same spot. He looked at them for a moment, then said in a loud voice, "What have you been doing earlier? If all of you gentlemen here had kneeled to make your case back then when that surviving descendant entered the capital, then he would never have lived to this day." Jiao Zhongxiong's chest heaved. He said, "Viceroy, as they say, it's better late than never. This surviving descendant is still wet behind the ears, and he has yet to spread his wings. As long as His Majesty is willing to retract his order and deal with him severely, it will still be a consolation to all the loyal souls of Zhongbua. There is absolutely no reason to rescind an imperial edict of the Son of Heaven." One Xiao Qiye said, "By kneeling, you are not beseeching His Majesty to revoke his decree, but forcing him into it. The various gentlemen here are all loyal and filial men of the world. There are 100 ways you can use to make your appeal, so why insist on making such an unwise move?" "Your Excellency." Jiao Zhongxiong looked up. Men who wield brushes die in remonstrations, while men who wield swords die in battles. If we have to watch helplessly as His Majesty is deceived into handling affairs in such a muddlehead way, then we might as well spill our blood on the imperial terrace tonight to die for our belief," Xiao Qiye said, using the threat of death at every turn. "Is that all civil servants since ancient times are capable of?" The rain intensified. The students did not budge. Xiao Qiye dismounted and squatted before Jiao Zhongxiong. The heavy rain poured like a waterfall. He leaned in and asked, "Who is the instigator?" With a look of great resolve, Jiao Zhongxiong said, "My loyalty to my sovereign is what drives me." Giving off the air of a ruffian, Xiao Qiye said, "I don't think so. Of course, if you want to protect an outsider, you can. It's just that your action tonight has implicated all those 3,000 fellow students behind you. If the emperor flies into a rage and turns tonight into a bloodbath, then you will be no different from that last descendant of the Shun clan. All of you will be sinners condemned through the ages. And this isn't even the scariest thing. What's worse is that His Majesty would still be unwilling to rescind his edict even if your head rolls. You persevered in your studies despite the hardships for 12 years, all just to do the dirty work for another." Jiao Zhongxiong lifted his arm and wiped away the rainwater on his face. He said, "What I'm doing is a matter of loyalty and righteousness. It's completely different from the Shun clan's traitorous act. Even if all 3,000 of us were to die here tonight, even if our blood were to overflow the imperial terrace, we are doing it all for His Majesty." Xiao Qiye said, "The situation now is that the palace has neither withdrawn its order for Shun Zichuan to take up post, nor have they sent out an imperial edict to appease the students. Do you still not understand His Majesty's intention from this? For each day His Majesty does not retract his decree." Jiao Zhongxiong persisted, "We will neither eat, rise, nor retreat." The thunderstorm rumbled. Xiao Qiye rose to his feet. Chen Yang wanted to hold up an umbrella for him, but he raised his hand to stop him. Rain seeped into his robe. Even the token hanging on his waist was dripping water. "Viceroy," Chen Yang suddenly spoke in a soft voice. "The imperial bodyguards are here." Xiao Qiye turned his head back in the rain and saw Qiao Tianya arriving on his horse. The latter dismounted and cupped his fists together from afar to pay his obeisances. A sudden commotion rose among the students when they saw the Red Cavalry. This is a knotty issue. It wouldn't do to trouble the Viceroy over it." Qiao Tianya held on to his blade and smiled. "One of the imperial bodyguards is the target here. So naturally, the imperial bodyguards should be the one to resolve this ourselves." "Resolve?" Xiao Qiye raised his arm almost thoughtlessly and placed it on Qiao Tianya's shoulder. He said, "How does the Judge 3 want to resolve this matter? They are just a bunch of unarmed students. There's no need to trouble the imperial bodyguards over them. The emperor is the highest authority in Kudu. Xiao Tianya looked askance at him. Whoever has the gall to defy His Majesty's orders are the enemies of the imperial bodyguard. Xiao Qie looked at him right in the eyes. After a moment, both men burst into laughter. My man, Xiao Qie said. You are gutsy. It's raining hard and cold. Xiao Tianya tightened his grip on his blade and said, I'll send someone to escort you back to your residence. I just arrived a moment ago. Xiao Qie's hand remained on Chen Tianya's shoulder to hold his arm, which was grasping the hilt of his blade, in place. He was still smiling as he said, There's no harm in staying a little longer. Xiao Tianya said, This matter is a difficult one. Why muddy the waters? Xiao Qie said, It's precisely because it's tough to handle that we can't get rid of them all at once. These students are all great minds of the state. None of us can take responsibility for it if there's one of them less. The man dismounting his horse at the back was dressed in a thin, wide-sleeved garment. He did not carry a blade with him. Sandwiched between the pack of imperial bodyguards, he stood out conspicuously like a sore thumb. Xiao Tianya loosened his grip on his blade and shouted, Lanju, come here. Shun Zechuan turned around and exchanged glances with Xiao Qie. Xiao Tianya leisurely shifted Xiao Qie's arm away and said, The viceroy's worry is valid. However, the imperial bodyguards don't merely know how to bulldoze our way through our jobs. I still have some other arrangements on my end. In a while, the emperor's order will arrive. Oh, both of you are old friends, aren't you? Lanju, stay here with the viceroy for a moment. He's scared. Shun Zechuan gathered his sleeves and looked at the students in the rain. Xiao Qie took a few glances at him and commented, Your waist token has been hung up pretty fast. Shun Zechuan said, The second young master's token has been returned pretty fast too. Xiao Qie's expression was cold, but he smiled and said, You may seem to be the target of this matter, but the truth is that the real target is the palace. So how's it? Because your gains were too little yesterday, you have to stir up trouble the moment you get out of your cage. Shun Zechuan tilted his head slightly and looked at him with pure, kind eyes. He said, The second young master thinks too highly of me. Where on earth would I have the capability to stir things up? Since the target is the palace, then wouldn't the second young master know better than I who currently harbor the most desire to see His Majesty fall out with the Hua clan? Xiao Qie said, I don't get what you mean. Circuitous stuff is all beyond my understanding. Shun Zechuan smiled at him and said, We are old acquaintances, you don't have to stand on ceremony with me. Xiao Qie did not answer him. Instead, he offhandedly lifted a finger to flick Shun Zechuan's waist token. He said, The domesticated elephant's office is a good place. You must be happy, huh? I am. Shun Zechuan said, It just happens that I have some experience in taming ferocious beasts. Not really an experience. Xiao Qie said. That was a deep conversation between the same kind. How would I dare to call it such? Shun Zechuan coughed softly and said, If the talks break down and I receive yet another kick, then wouldn't all my previous efforts go to waste? Use your teeth then. Xiao Qie took the umbrella from Chen Yang's hand and held it up above his head. At the same time, he blocked Shun Zechuan and said, You have a sharp tongue and a smart mouth, don't you? So what are you afraid of? I value my life. Shun Zechuan sighed as if with emotion. As they said, the kindness of a drop of water given in times of need should be repaid multifold with a gushing spring. For there is so much more I wish to repay the second young master with. Have you gotten the wrong person? Xiao Qie scoffed. That can't be. Shun Zechuan cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Qie and said calmly to him, I recognize you. Fine, then. Xiao Qie looked askance at him as well and said, I want to see how much I owe you too. The voices outside the umbrella were cut off. Both men stood shoulder to shoulder, accentuating the height difference between them. Actually, there is no way you can stay out of this matter. Xiao Qie gazed at the students in the rain. If one dies tonight, there will naturally be someone who will lay the blame on you. There will only be more and not less of the 40,000 souls who have died unjust deaths. Shun Zechuan played it down. Since they are afraid of death, then why be someone else's weapon? Even if someone wants to pin this on me, it doesn't mean I have to plead guilty, do I? Both men fell silent again. Xiao Tianya sat astride under the shed and cracked melon seeds. Seeing as it was almost time, he shook the seeds off his robe and rose to his feet. Sure enough, he saw a sedan chair coming towards them amid the color of the night. The curtain lifted. Unexpectedly, it was Pan Rugi who came. The little eunuch supported Pan Rugi with a hand, while Ji Lei followed at the side holding up an umbrella for him. Wearing a robe with a tiger, mugwort, and 5 poisons 5 mandarin square 6 and a Yangdun hat 7 on his head, Pan Rugi let Xiao Tianya lead him to the students. Such a heavy downpour. Xiao Tianya reined in his smile and said, "To think they actually sent the director to grace us with your presence." Pan Rugi looked askance at Jiao Zhongxiong and asked Xiao Tianya, "He won't retreat?" Xiao Tianya replied, "Scholars are all bull-headed. They are neither enticed by the carrot nor browbeaten by the stick." "Then, I'm afraid the stick isn't hard enough." Pan Rugi had lost his right-hand man yesterday, and he had nowhere to vent all his pent-up anger. With the little eunuch supporting him, he came to stand before Jiao Zhongxiong. "You are all men who are well read in the classics and literature. How is it that you can't understand the words overstepping your authority? The affairs of the imperial court are to be discussed in the imperial court itself. It is not something brats like you who are still wet behind the ears can influence." On seeing this well-known lackey of the Hua faction, Jiao Zhongxiong could not help but straighten his back and say, "Every man has a duty to his country. Since the Imperial College students receive a stipend from the sovereign, then they must serve him loyally. Treacherous toadies abound all around His Majesty now. If we still don't, treacherous toadies." Pan Rugi laughed coldly. "What a fine way to put it. Who instigated you to slander the Imperial Court and malign His Majesty?" "A loyal, cut the crap." Pan Rugi suddenly commanded, "You act upon the instigation of those with sinister motives and publicly defy the imperial decree. You incite your clique to slander the imperial court and the people. If this man goes unpunished, then what's the use of the law? Men, take him down." Jiao Zhongxiong had never expected Pan Rugi to be so daring that he would indiscriminately take others down. He immediately braced himself in the rain and shouted himself hoarse, "Who dares to? I was chosen by His Majesty himself to study at the Imperial College. The villain stands before us, and eunuchs endanger the state. The Empress Dowager wields control over the state affairs and refuses to return governance to its rightful master. The ones who should be taken down are treacherous ministers and traitors like you. Drag him away," Ji Lei immediately said in reproach when he saw Pan Rugi enraged. The imperial bodyguards stepped forward to drag him away. Jiao Zhongxiong's attempt to climb to his feet was thwarted. He raised his arms in the direction of the palace and shouted, "My death today is truly a remonstration to the death. Since the eunuch wants to kill me, then let him kill. Your Majesty." Xiao Tianya gripped Jiao Zhongxiong by the neck. Unable to breathe, the latter struggled and shouted intermittently, "Your Majesty, the treacherous ministers are in power. Then, what's the point of loyalty and righteousness?" Xiao Qie said inwardly to himself, "Oh shit." What happened next was just as he expected. Sorrow and indignation ran high among the 3,000 students. Life and death had no place here right this instant as it was forced out by this vehement elegy. Rising to their feet in the rainstorm, the students charged at the imperial bodyguards. Eunuchs endanger the state. They pulled their Jiawen bags 8 off their waists and flung them at Pan Rugi. Bitter cries rang out. Treacherous ministers are in power. Ji Lei hurriedly shielded Pan Rugi and guarded him as he ushered the latter back in a retreat. He chided them furiously, "What are you doing? Staging a rebellion? This is the real traitor to the nation." The students threw themselves against the imperial bodyguards as the imperial bodyguards held them back. Their fingers almost jabbed Ji Lei's face, while specks of saliva sprayed towards them. "Traitor! Traitor!" Xiao Qie swiftly tossed the umbrella to Shen Zichuan and hurried down the stairs. Shen Zichuan stood alone on high ground and watched the chaos with cool detachment. Pan Rugi had been shoved back into his sedan, and Ji Lei even lost his shoe in the melee. Storms are rife in the martial fraternity. From a distance away, Shen Zichuan said softly to Ji Lei, "Your Excellency Ji, What a truly wonderful sight. A chuckle rose from under the umbrella. He leisurely turned the umbrella and looked at Xiao Qie's back. Grand Mentor Qi and Ji Gang were drinking wine and tea under the eaves. Ji Gang drank his tea and said, "Was killing Xiaofuzi a ploy to let Chuan'er out?" Grand Mentor Qi took small sips of the wine as though he could not bear to drink it. He hugged the gourd and said, "Who knows? Make a guess yourself." Ji Gang turned around and said, "No matter what, his safety is the most important." Grand Mentor Qi shook the gourd and said, "It is only by making a risky move that a soldier can take his foe by surprise. You taught him martial arts so that he could stay calm in hours of peril. Sometimes, we have to put safety aside. It is only when you leave no room for maneuver or escape that one will put up a desperate fight for survival and emerge victorious." Ji Gang watched the rain intensify with a worried frown and said, "I have already made proper arrangement for the task you entrusted me with. This is called casting a long line." Grand Mentor Qi scratched his foot. "If you don't let it brave the water for a few years before you haul in the net, then all you will catch are lousy fishes and prawns. 10 Should there come a day you and I both lose our lives in the midst of this, the arrangement today will be the killer move that will preserve his life." Chapter 17, Storm. Chapter 17, Storm. It was in the middle of the night that the Empress Dowager draped her clothes over herself and asked through the bed canopy, "What's that din about?" Hua Xiangyi nudged the canopy aside and helped the Empress Dowager out of the incense-scented and warmed bedding. She replied in a soft voice, "The students of the Imperial College want the Emperor to retract his appointment edict." The Empress Dowager got up, and the maidservants on both sides quietly lit the lamps and raised the curtains. Hua Xiangyi helped the Empress Dowager to the Arhat bed with a girdled waist, horse's hooves legs, and plain boards at the sides. A soft cushion and heater were presented together to the Empress Dowager, while fermented milk too was warmed up for her. The Empress Dowager stirred the spoon with a light frown on her face. How did that happen out of the blue? She pondered it over for a moment. The appointment order was only given yesterday, and they came to stir up a ruckus tonight. Isn't that way too fast? What's more, the ones creating a commotion are those from the Imperial College. Hua Xiangyi went along with the Empress Dowager and said, "Auntie, all the literary talents in the world look to the Imperial College. Even the Secretariat Elder himself would find it ill-advised to step in." The Empress Dowager scooped up the fermented milk. Although her makeup-less face showed signs of aging, it added character to her looks. She gradually put aside the bowl and leaned back against the cushion to stare at the glazed lampshade. After a short while, she said, "That's right. Shen Wei is now notorious for his crime. By all sentiment and logic, the Secretariat Elder cannot come forward to rebuke the students. If the students force His Majesty to rescind his order, then I'll have to swallow this bitter pill in silence this time." "Auntie," Hua Xiangyi said, "it wasn't His Majesty's original intent to release Shen Zichuan. Now that he has earned himself the infamy of being muddle-headed for no reason because of this order, I'm afraid it will create a distance between you both." "It doesn't matter," the Empress Dowager said. "Once Imperial concubine Wei is with child, Dazhou will have an heir. The Imperial heir is the foundation of the Empire. As long as I have the heir in my hands, I'm still the Empress Dowager of Dazhou. His Emperor has long been at odds with me ever since he fell ill. Even if he flies into a rage this time, it's merely a tantrum thrown during a moment of illness. Let him vent." After his illness, Emperor Xianda gradually stopped going along with the Empress Dowager's will. Although these were all trivial daily matters, it was already an indication of his dissension. The Empress Dowager had assumed command in the palace with Pan Rugi at her side and Secretariat Elder Hua in the imperial court. If she wanted to ensure the continuation of the burgeoning power and authority of the Hua clan, then she needed a submissive and obedient emperor. If Emperor Xianda could no longer fit the role, then all she had to do was to replace him. The sole reason the Empress Dowager did not like Prince Chu, Li Jianheng, was because he had already come of age. For he was not a weak child, nor was he a child who had grown up under her. How could such a person, if he were to ascend to the throne, be as obedient as an imperial grandson raised by her? What's more, the appeal today is a blow to His Majesty's dignity. The Empress Dowager said calmly, "The 9 years His Majesty has been on the throne, his food and clothing, as well as all other matters, whether important or trivial, have to go through me. But now, he wants to be an independent and imperious emperor. For this, he emboldened himself to show goodwill to the Xiao clan. Not only did he refuse to release Shen Zhechuan, he even wanted to protect the Prince Chu. But I understand him. He is outwardly strong and inwardly weak. He fears me. That's why he always aimed to be on both parties' good sides. Instead, he appears to be of two minds, and ends up thoroughly offending both parties. Didn't His Majesty imprison Shen Zhechuan for so many years for the sake of the Xiao clan? What does imprisonment mean? The Empress Dowager took Hua Xiangyi's hand and said soberly, "Imprisonment is a reprieve from death. His Majesty thought he did a favor to the Xiao clan, but is really just sowing the seed of disaster." Xiao Jiming lost his younger brother. What Li Bei wants is for Shen Zhechuan to die. As long as Shen Zhechuan remains alive, His Majesty will let down all those 120,000 armored cavalry who came to his rescue. Think about it. Xiao Jiming worked himself to the bone all to prove that he harbors no thoughts of disloyalty. He even dares to leave his younger brother behind in Kudu. He has conducted himself with frankness and sincerity towards His Majesty. Yet, in order not to offend me, His Majesty turned around and dismissed Shen Zhechuan's death penalty and locked him up instead. If Shen Zhechuan doesn't die, he will become the root of trouble. This is the period of the struggle between life and death, and yet His Majesty is still so naive. And need I mention the incident this time? To protect Prince Chu, His Majesty was not willing to launch a full investigation into Xiaofu's case and consequently cut off Pan Rugi's subsequent move. At the same time, he's afraid I'd harbor ill feelings against him, so he reluctantly let Shen Zhechuan off. He thought the Xiao clan would understand his difficulties, but Xiao Jiming is far away in Lebei. Once he learns about this matter, he will not be happy. If that's the case, Hua Xiangyi said, could it have been someone from the Xiao clan who incited the Imperial College students to stir up trouble? Forcing His Majesty to rescind his edict this time would not only drive a wedge between His Majesty and the Hua clan, it would also prevent the Secretariat Elder and Auntie from stepping forward. At the same time, it can also eliminate Shen Zhechuan through the hands of another. If it's so clear-cut. The Empress Dowager brushed aside Hua Xiangyi's stray hair and said dotingly, then what's the need for Xiao Jiming to be one of the 4 generals of the world? That lad has always been prudent in his conduct. If he were the perpetrator, he would not be found out this easily. Besides, Li Bei has no dealings with the Imperial College. I can't guess. Hua Xiangyi leaned against the Empress Dowager and said like a pampered child, tell me, Auntie. All right. The Empress Dowager was childless this life, and she was not close to those on her maternal grandparents' side. The only one she doted on was Hua Xiangyi. She said, Auntie will teach you. Look at the surrounding 8 cities established beyond Kudu. The 8 cities are where the current 8 great clans 5 originated. Our Hua clan resides in the city of Dicheng at the south of the capital. It has always been the city of choice for imperial concubines. But it's only during my time that the Hua clan was considered to be at the height of its glory and came out tops among the 8 great clans. A few years earlier, when the former emperor had only just ascended to the throne, it was the Yarrow clan who was the most favored and honored. This was because the Yarrow clan had been conferred as the emperor's tutor thrice. If it weren't for Old Master Yarrow's lack of literary talents during his time, that Qi Hualien from Yuzhou might not even get to be the grand mentor of Yongyi. 6 Moreover, of the current Shi clan, only Shi Jiyuan has been promoted to the post of commander-in-chief of the 8 great training divisions to manage the younger generations of the 8 great clans. Just think of him as a teacher of the military camps. The Shi clan has always been men of inferior morals and virtues. They will not achieve great things. Meanwhile, the Shui clan has already begun its decline after the glorious death of Grand Master Shui. Shui Xiuzhua is the only one now who has an official post in the central administration. As for the remaining Wei, Pan, Fei, and Han clans, I'll tell you about them next time. I've heard Father mention these before. Hua Xiangyi said, so Auntie is telling me these to suggest that the secret instigator of the Imperial College this time might be someone else from the 8 great clans. That's what I suspect. The Empress Dowager said. Glory is enjoyed in turn. It has been many years since the Hua clan has enjoyed its rise following my ascend. It's possible for someone to harbor some other intent on seeing how gravely ill His Majesty is now. Summon Pan Rugi over tomorrow morning and let him have the Imperial bodyguards conduct a thorough investigation in secret. Kudu is such a big place. I don't believe there is not a single loose lip within. Xiao Qie wrung away the water on his clothes and entered Mingli Hall together with Ji Lei. It was already late at night, and Emperor Xianda was still awake. You have been grounded to self-reflect on the errors of your ways. Emperor Xianda held a memorial 7 as he glanced at Xiao Kai and asked in a hoarse voice, "So why are you running around with the Imperial bodyguards?" Xiao Qie was really wronged. He said, "The Commander-in-Chief was the one who asked this humble subject to go. This humble subject thought that it was your Majesty's verbal orders." "After you went," Emperor Xianda asked, "how did it go?" Ji Lei immediately kowtowed and said, "To reply to your Majesty, the students of the Imperial College acted upon someone else's instigation and not only spoke presumptuously on state affairs and slandered your Majesty, but also lay their hands on Pangongong. The scene was a chaotic mess. This humble subject wanted to take them into custody, but Viceroy Xiao was unwilling to. And he wasn't just unwilling. That Imperial army was simply cast in the same mold as Xiao Qie. They had acted shamelessly to obstruct the Imperial bodyguards to prevent them from rounding up the students. All that was left of them was to lie on the floor and roll around. This bunch of idle military ruffians sure had skins as thick as the city wall." Emperor Xianda asked Xiao Qie, "You obstructed the Imperial bodyguards from arresting the students?" Xiao Qie said, "They are just a group of students. If they are really taken to the Imperial prison, most of them might not survive. We can disregard their lives, but what are we to do if it damages your Majesty's virtuous name? They banded together for selfish purposes and colluded with malicious people. They clearly intended to throw the Imperial court into chaos. If we do not take these kinds of people to trial, then what's the use of the Imperial bodyguards in the future?" Ji Lei said indignantly. Emperor Xianda coughed for a long time before he said, "Xian has done well. Your Majesty." Ji Lei could not believe it. This group of students rallied to stir up trouble. They even dared to shout the word rebellion. If we do not deal with them severely, it will endanger the empire and state. "I'll be frank," Emperor Xianda said in a lukewarm tone. "If they hadn't been forced to this pivotal moment, why would they come to blows with the Imperial bodyguards and yell such words instead of attending classes? That remaining descendant of the Shun clan should have never been released. If it weren't for, Emperor Xianda cast aside the memorial and started to cough. He was back to normal after his coughing eased up a little. No matter what, they have to be punished. Reduce the Imperial College's fund for provisions by half and change their meals from twice a day to once. Impose the punishment on them for half a year." Knowing that Emperor Xianda had already made up his mind, Ji Lei said nothing more. He kneeled in silence, but Emperor Xianda knew what he was thinking. The Imperial bodyguards are dogs of mine. Emperor Xianda stared at Ji Lei. "As the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial bodyguards, why are you going around acknowledging others as your godfather, god-grandfather? I have never brought this up on account that you were still considered deferential. Tonight, I want you to appease the students of the Imperial College. Do you understand?" Ji Lei kowtowed and said, "This humble servant obeys. The Imperial bodyguards serve only your Majesty." By the time they came out, the rain had already lightened. A little eunuch from the bailiff office came to hold up umbrellas for both of them. Ji Lei did not look good as he raised his hand at Xiao Qie and made to leave. But Xiao Qie was unconcerned as he said, "Old Ji, I had no choice too. I was grounded yesterday. Even if I wanted to come out and play, I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on the students without careful consideration." Looking at how much of a jerk Xiao Qie was made Ji Lei furious, but there was nowhere for him to vent, so he merely nodded his head at random, hoping that Xiao Qie would leave. "But what do you think of my Imperial army?" Xiao Qie took the umbrella from the little eunuch's hand and dismissed him. He continued to head out of the palace with Ji Lei. Ji Lei thought, "What else? Aren't they all nothing more than a bunch of scoundrels? They are even worse off now that they are following you." But he said politely, They seemed to be much more spirited than before. Right. Xiao Qie said shamelessly, I think the Imperial Army's drill ground is too small to be put to good use. Can you ask the Commander-in-Chief on my behalf if he could allocate a place for the Imperial Army? Ji Lei had heard a long time ago that Xiao Qie had led the Imperial Army to play polo at the drill ground. He never expected the latter to have the guts to ask for more land. But it wasn't good for him to turn the latter down right in the face, so he said, I'm afraid that would be tough. Prince Chu expanded his residence last month, and his forcible seizure of civilians' residences had even been reported to the prefectural Yamen. There are people everywhere in Kudu now, so where is Ji Yuan going to find the place for you to use as a military drill ground? Besides, even if there's a spot in the city, it has to be granted to the 8 training divisions. Oh. Xiao Qie said under the umbrella, even if it isn't the turn of our Imperial Army to get a piece of land within the city, we can also make do with land outside of it. As long as the place is big enough to let us play to our heart's content. It was then Ji Lei grasped the intent of his words. He looked at Xiao Qie and laughed. He said, all right, second young master. You've long taken a fancy to a piece of land, haven't you? So why still play dumb with me? I'm already here to ask you for a favor, am I not, old Ji? Xiao Qie said, you're the one people give face to the most in Kudu. How would the Commander-in-Chief turn you down if you put in a request to him? We can negotiate if it's a done deal. There's no need to talk about money with me. Ji Lei finally softened his attitude. I've acknowledged a godson, and I was just wondering where to find a good horse for him. When it comes to horses, there's no one who is more knowledgeable than the second young master, is there? I'll send him a few horses to play with. Xiao Qie said, the horses bred from the Hongyang Mountains are no worse than mine. In a few days, I'll send someone to deliver them directly to your residence. I'll speak to Ji Yuan. Ji Lei said. How big can the matter of a drill ground be? Just wait for my news. The rain had stopped by the time both men parted ways. Xiao Qie got into the horse carriage. Chen Yang looked at Ji Lei's sedan and said, is the viceroy really going to give the residence's horses to him? What a pity. There's no free lunch. Xiao Qie kicked off his boots. His feet had long been soaked. We need to have a drill ground. It's too conspicuous in the capital. If that old crook can't deliver after accepting the horses, he said coldly, then I'll send his son to meet his ancestors. The carriage began to sway. Xiao Qie wiped his face with a handkerchief and asked, where is that man? Chen Yang repeated, that man? Shunzi Chuan. He went back a long time ago. Chen Yang poured tea for Xiao Qie and said, his steps seem weak and unstable to me. With that kind of health, how is he going to take up a post in the imperial bodyguards? Rearing elephants. Xiao Qie took the tea and gulped it all down. Invalids are only too anxious to dodge manual labor. He's most definitely the kind of person who will want to loaf on the job. The man who wanted to loaf on the job sneezed. He sat in the dimness for a short while, wondering if he had caught a cold. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a rotund figure strode in. Shi Hongxian marveled in wonder the moment he entered. This place sure is fine. Even the imperial bodyguards won't be able to figure it out. Without turning his head back, Shunzi Chuan said, just a dilapidated house with a courtyard that no one wants to rent. That's the only good thing about it. But this compound isn't easy to get your hands on. Shi Hongxian rubbed his hands and sat down. He looked at Shunzi Chuan. This was the old courtyard that the former emperor bestowed to the crown prince, who then awarded it to Qi Hualien. It was later sold away after Qi Hualien's death. How did you get your hands on it? Shunzi Chuan sipped his tea as he exchanged a meaningful look with Shi Hongxian for a moment. Shi Hongxian raised his hand unhurriedly and said, look at this cheap mouth of mine, always trying to pry into others' backgrounds. I heard on the way here earlier that Pan Rugi was hit too. This move of yours is truly delightful. Eldest Master Shi is the commander-in-chief of the 8 training divisions. Shunzi Chuan said. After this incident, he will rouse the Empress Dowager's suspicions. His life in the days ahead will not be easy. I'll feel good if Shi Jiyuan has a hard time. Shi Hongxian placed his fleshy palms on the table and said, Instead of waiting for the major figures in the imperial court to say a word, we might as well get the students to do so first as a preemptive move. After this incident, you could be said to be truly released. Shun Zechuan took the chopsticks and picked up some vegetarian food, just a small trick. I've made a mockery out of myself before the second young master. 9 Shi Hongxian watched Shun Zechuan eat before he touched his own chopsticks. He said, "What are you going to do in the future?" "Just trying to get by in the imperial bodyguards." Shun Zechuan said, "Ji Lei is Pan Rugi's godson and Shi Jiyuan's sworn brother. You want to kill Shi Jiyuan, but how are you going to get past Ji Lei? Why not you and I split their lives each among us and let them be good buddies for life?" Shi Hongxian sniggered for a moment. He leaned over the table and asked Shun Zechuan sinisterly, "What's your grudge with Ji Lei?" Shun Zechuan picked away the Sichuan peppers. 10 Without even lifting his eyelids, he said, "I don't like those shoes he's wearing." Chapter 18, Donkey Roast. Chapter 18, Donkey Roast. Xiao Qie had a quiet time for half a month before he finally received a reply from Ji Lei informing him that the matter of the military drill ground was a done deal. He immediately headed out of the city with Chen Yang to take a look at the place. It was a piece of wasteland that was originally a mass burial site. The platform used for execution by decapitation one was later shifted away to another place, and so this place became empty. Although Mount Feng stands between it and the city, Chen Yang dismounted the horse, sized up the area, and continued, "It's still too far. We just have to run for 3 hours before dawn to reach it." Xiao Qie pointed his horsewhip at one end. "We have to treat those wily old men from the Ministry of Works to a good meal to cobble together some materials so that we can fill up this side. Tidy it up a little and make do with it. This place is so remote that even the patrols of the 8 great training divisions will not make it here. Viceroy, for us to spend money on them." Chen Yang said, "I can't even say how uncomfortable that makes me." "Hold it in even if you are uncomfortable," Xiao Qie said. "Even if they squat on our heads to pee on us, we still have to fix up this place." "Okay." Chen Yang did not dare to say a word more. Xiao Qie stayed until it was evening before he rode his horse back. The moment he entered the city, he saw Li Jianheng's guard waiting for him at the entrance. "What's the matter?" Xiao Qie reined in his horse and asked. The guard paid his obeisances and said, "His Highness has organized a feast at Huixiang Tavern on Donglong Street. He's waiting for your Excellency to go over for a meal." Xiao Qie thought for a moment, then spurred his horse over. The main street of Donglong faced Kaling River. Lanterns blazed the moment night fell. Wine taverns and pleasure houses flanked both sides of the street, while all kinds of gaily painted pleasure boats and small, light boats parked on the river. Xiao Qie dismounted his horse at Huixiang Tavern. The shopkeeper followed at his beck and call and personally led him upstairs. It was only when he raised the curtain for a look that he realized this feast was not simple. Everyone present at the feast was either well-known or young masters whose fathers or elder brothers were working as governmental officials. Next to Prince Chu was a fair-faced little eunuch who looked delicate and pretty. This should be the grandson Pan Rugi had found for himself again after Xiaofu's death. "Xian is here." Li Jianheng called out to him. "Come and take a seat. We're waiting for you." Xiao Qie picked a vacant seat at random to sit. He said with a smile, "What a large turnout. Let me introduce. This is Pangongong's grandson, Feng Quan, Fenggongong." Li Jianheng said to Feng Quan, "This is my good buddy, the second young master of the Libe Xiao clan, and the viceroy of the imperial army, Xiao Xian." Feng Quan was more pleasing to the eye than Xiaofuzi had been. He bowed respectfully to Xiao Qie and said, "I've heard a lot about the viceroy." Shi Hongxian sat opposite them with one leg crossed over the other. He took up 2 seats and was so warm that his plump face was perspiring profusely. He said, "Let's dispense with the formalities. Your Highness, which other guest has yet to arrive today? If everyone is here, let's start the feast." Li Jianheng raised his eyebrows at Xiao Qie and said, "I have also invited a distinguished guest whom everyone wants to meet." Xiao Qie was baffled by his unexpected gesture. Just then, he heard the waiter behind him lift the curtain and announce, "The distinguished guest has arrived." Everyone at the feast fell silent. Xiao Qie looked back just in time to see Shen Zichuan, dressed in his imperial bodyguard's robe, striding in. Shen Zichuan was visibly stupefied on seeing him. However, his expression was so obvious that Xiao Qie did not believe it at all. Everyone present knew that there was discord between them. For a moment, the atmosphere was strange. Those waiting to watch the drama exchanged meaningful glances at one another. Li Jianheng said warmly, "This is Shen Lanju. Everyone knows who he is, right? Lanju, take a seat. Shopkeeper, start the feast." Xiao Qie felt that Li Jianheng must have been possessed to invite Shen Zichuan over just because of that face of his. Of all places to sit, Shen Zichuan just had to pick the seat beside Xiao Qie. Both men looked at each other as he sat down. "So, this is Shen Lanju, whose name has been making waves in Kudu lately." Shi Hongxian looked askance at Shen Zichuan. "Seeing is truly believing. I heard that Lanzu's," Li Jianheng said, "mother was an unparalleled beauty in Duanzhou back then. Shun Wei had to stake half of his princely residence before he won her heart. So how could Lanju not be born pretty?" A scattering of laughter rose in the room. Everyone openly and surreptitiously glanced at Shen Zichuan's face. Even Feng Quan made noises of appreciation and lamented, "If this master had been born a female, then what will the lady of the Hua clan be good for?" The group of rich young masters tacitly burst into laughter. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiao Qie saw Shen Zichuan with his head partially lowered. He could not read the latter's emotions. The nape of this man's neck was shrouded under the dim light of the glazed lamp beside him. It extended under his collar like white jade, looking as if one could taste ecstasy by kneading it. It waited defenselessly for someone to make a move. The contours of his side profile were smooth and beautiful, and the arch of the bridge of his nose was gorgeous. The corners of his eyes were the most devastating, everything that could make one's heart itch all lay within them. A faint hint of a smile followed as those corners curved upward. Xiao Qie took another look. Shen Zichuan was indeed smiling. "Have you mistaken me for someone else?" Shen Zichuan tilted his eyes towards Xiao Qie. "Just looking at you in a different light." Xiao Qie retracted his gaze. Shen Zichuan raised his eyes and smiled subserviently at the various gentlemen present at the feast. He said, "I'm just of average looks. Everyone has been too kind to me." On hearing his words, those who were still carrying themselves with decorum loosened up. The more they spoke, the more vulgar their words. Shi Hongxian said, "Wasn't there a new trick that had come into vogue recently on Donglong Street? It's called playing with cups. Fill up a golden cup with top-grade wine and place it in the fragrant shoe of a beauty and pass it around to drink for fun. Your Highness, have you played it before?" Li Jianheng laughed and said, "I have the wine, but I can't find a beauty." Shi Hongxian motioned flippantly, "Isn't one sitting right here?" All along, Shen Zichuan looked as if he was not acquainted with him. He forced a smile and said, "I'm not worthy of the beauty label. If everyone really wants to have fun, then I'll invite everyone to the brothel tonight to play to your heart's content." When all is said and done, Shen Zichuan still had the Hua clan to back him. On seeing this, the others did not dare to push it. Only Shi Hongxian seemed as if his 8 characters too conflicted with Shen Zichuan's. The more ruckus he created, the uglier the situation became. There had been news lately that Shi Jiyuan had lost favor with the Empress Dowager, so all of them simply thought that Shi Hongxian was venting his anger on Shen Zichuan for his elder brother. Shen Zichuan was about to speak when he suddenly heard Xiao Qie say beside him, "How can you ask His Highness Prince Chu to play what others have played before? This drinking from shoes and playing with cups is such an old game from centuries ago. Even the prostitutes in the south aren't interested in it. How about we try a different way of playing? Second young Master Shi, take off your shoes, and we can use them as boats to fool around with." Those at the feast roared with laughter. Shi Hongxian was obese, and his feet were much bigger than the average man. No one usually dared to bring it up, so they did not expect Xiao Qie to poke fun at it. "That works too." Shi Hongxian rolled with it and graciously raised his legs. He ordered, "Men, remove my shoes." Li Jianheng started to have fun and cussed a few words. Shen Zichuan did not expect Xiao Qie to help him out of a fix either. He and Shi Hongxian had been putting on a show. He looked at Xiao Qi'er again. Xiao Qi'er ignored him and picked up his chopsticks to grab some food to eat. The little eunuch, Feng Quan, sat for a moment. When he saw that the dishes were more or less served, he said, "Having fun is a matter for you gentlemen here. So let me add another dish for everyone tonight." As he spoke, he clapped his hands. The waiters downstairs, who were already prepared a long time ago, hurriedly entered to serve the dish. However, this dish was a small donkey that was still alive. Feng Quan said, "Of all the delicacies in the world, donkey meat is the best. Gentlemen, have you ever tried donkey roast?" The noise in the room died down. Everyone looked at the donkey in the center. Li Jianheng asked, "What's donkey roast?" The waiters dumped some soil on the ground and deftly made a small circular plot of land out of the soil. They chased the donkey onto the soil and buried its 4 hooves in it so that the donkey's belly was touching the soil. Then, they covered the donkey with a thick padded quilt. "Gentlemen," Feng Quan said amicably, "watch." A waiter half-crouched as he took the ladle and scooped out the boiling soup that came fresh out of the pot and poured it all over. Those assisting beside him held down the quilt and wiped it down over the head of the braying donkey to scald off its fur while it was still alive. But they were still not done. The waiter who had poured the boiling soup set aside the ladle and gouged the meat out of this seared donkey's body. The meat was placed in the dish, and the man by the side of the stove roasted it on the spot. After he was done, he passed the plate one at a time to everyone present. The braying of the donkey grew even more tragic. Even the people downstairs were alarmed. The color drained from Li Jianheng's face. He looked at this donkey meat and covered his nose and mouth to say, "Fenggong, isn't this dish a little too? Your Highness, why don't you try it first? This donkey meat is the most delicious when it is gouged out right after boiling soup has been poured over it. Food must be eaten fresh." Feng Quan pointed out. "There's a meaning to this donkey roast. Let's take a certain person as an example. If said person were to fall into the hands of others, then he must put himself at the mercy of others. If the master tells him to kneel, he must kneel. If the master wants him to cry, he must cry. And if the master is eyeing his flesh, he must let others gouge him like this." Shen Zichuan's situation was like this donkey. He looked at the blood-stained quilt. The blood trickled into the soil until the stench of it permeated the air. It was as if he was looking at Ji Mu and himself 5 years ago. Excellent taste. Shi Hongxian ate a few slices. He seemed like he did not grasp the meaning behind and was only concerned about proclaiming how much of a thrill it was. All this time, Shen Zichuan's chopsticks did not move, while Xiao Qi'er's chopsticks never touched the meat. Li Jianheng felt something odd about those words when he heard it. He said apprehensively, "It's really too depraved. Take it away. Hold on." Feng Quan finally looked at Shen Zichuan. "Young Master Shen, my godfather was the one who specifically asked me to serve this dish. Why aren't you eating it?" Pan Rugi was his god-grandfather, so by extension, Ji Lei could really be considered his godfather. Exactly what connection or backing did this lad have for him to get Pan Rugi's favor and trust this quickly? Not only did he take over Xiaofuz's duties, he even got into Ji Lei's good graces. Ji Lei could not kill Shen Zichuan. And now that Shen Zichuan had come under his command, he could not touch him either. Coming up with such a low-down way to humiliate Shen Zichuan tonight was to make it clear that the grudge between them was not over. Shen Zichuan picked up the chopsticks. Before Shen Zichuan could finish his words, the chair beside him was suddenly pushed aside as Xiao Qi'er rose to his feet. He picked up the plate containing the donkey meat and flung it in Feng Quan's direction. It crashed to the ground with a clatter. Li Jianheng hurriedly stood up and said, "See, Xiao Qi'er stared at Feng Quan. Whoever Feng Quan wanted to humiliate on Ji Lei's behalf was not something he could interfere with. But he, Xiao Qi'er, was also a caged beast right this hour and day. He was no different from this donkey. This was a slap in his face too. And it hurt." Feng Quan looked at him in puzzlement and asked, "Is it not to the viceroy's liking?" Xiao Qi'er pressed his thumb down on the hilt of Longli Blade 3 at the side of his waist. Screams rose in the entire room as he drew his blade. His hand rose, and the blade fell to decapitate the donkey, killing it. Its miserable braying ceased. Blood seeped out of the soil onto the ground, turning the floor vividly red. The others all held their breath, not knowing what Xiao Qie would do. With his back to the dim light, Xiao Qie wiped the edge of his blade clean with the tablecloth. Only then did he casually turn around and smiled at all those present. "Gentlemen, please continue." Li Jianheng stared at his blade and said softly, "Cian, keep it away." Xiao Qie kept the blade back into its sheath and threw a look at Feng Quan. He raised his foot to lift a chair over and sat unreservedly in the middle. He said, "Roast it all together. I'll be here tonight to watch Feng Gongong eat." In the end, Feng Quan called for his sedan chair and left in a hurry. Li Jianheng drank some wine and wept as he said to Xiao Qie, "Cian, I really didn't think of this. Who would know that castrated crook to be so despicable? We are buddies. You mustn't let this matter hurt our friendship." Xiao Qie tugged at the corners of his mouth and said, "There's a distinction between those close to you and those distant from you. I understand. You go on ahead first." Li Jianheng tugged at his sleeves, wanting to say more. Xiao Qie simply got Chen Yang to stuff Li Jianheng into the sedan. "Send Prince Chu back," Xiao Qie said. "I'll walk back myself." In no way would Chen Yang ramble on when he saw the unhappiness in Xiao Qie's expression, so he got on his horse and left with Prince Chu's sedan. Xiao Qie alone stood under a lantern. After a moment, he kicked over somebody else's potted plant. The potted plant, which was worth a lot of money, tumbled on the ground and hit the bottom of the stairs. A hand gently held it up. Shun Zichuan stood on the stairs and said unperturbedly, "Are you that rich? You'll have to compensate for this, you know?" Xiao Qie replied coldly, "I have lots of money." With that, he felt around his waist. But it was empty. Shun Zichuan waited for a while, then turned to the shopkeeper and said, "Put it on this master's tab. He has lots of money." Chapter 19, Truth vs. Lies. Chapter 19, Truth vs. Lies. The breeze caressed past the hot summer night, whilst the moon hung over the lush treetops. Xiao Qie was in tip-top form, so the rush of wine promptly made him hot. At the moment, he was irritable. He stared at Shun Zichuan as the latter made his way down. He said, "So Jiaozui Temple can still teach one to purify one's heart of desires and change one's temper." Shun Zichuan dismissed the waiter and said, "I'm the best at grinning and bearing it." Xiao Qie accepted the waiter's tea to rinse his mouth. Then he wiped his mouth and said, "At least do a decent job if you want to make it up. You probably don't even know how to spell those last 4 words. We are all just playing along for fun." Shun Zichuan wiped his hands and smiled at him. "Yet, you took it seriously." Xiao Qie did not look at him. He simply threw the handkerchief onto the tray and said, "The show is over. Who would believe that? Someone has to play that particular role, no? I, Xiao Xian, was just perfect for it. Didn't you feel good watching it too? That blade is a treasure." Shun Zichuan's eyes wandered down. Xiao Qie raised his hand to block his view and said, "And the person isn't?" One of the lanterns upstairs went out. Shun Zichuan sighed and said, "How do you expect me to reply to that? That's rather inappropriate." "You have a good eye." Xiao Qie moved his hand away and stared at him ruthlessly and fiercely. "Few people can recognize a good blade. The man himself is precious." Shun Zichuan went along with his words, "So naturally, everything he wears is quality stuff. Even a blind cat can stumble upon a dead mouse." I was merely guessing." "Why is it that when you praise me," Xiao Qie said, "I feel as if I've seen a ghost?" "You hardly get praised, huh?" Shun Zichuan comforted him and said, "I haven't even voiced my most sincere ones yet." The surrounding people had all dispersed. Xiao Qie said in a lukewarm tone, "You sure can endure. Grand plans are ruined by a lack of forbearance. There's more of my capability to come." Shun Zichuan smiled, "Don't be so anxious. Grand plans." Xiao Qie said, "Kudu is only this big. What else is there for you to strive this hard for?" "I was just saying." Shun Zichuan paused and looked affectionately at Xiao Qie. "And you really believed it? Second young master, I really couldn't tell that you are the kind who are naive and artless. I'm just a frivolous young master who's just loafing around drinking and dining and waiting to die. Xiao Qie said. How would I know how treacherous the world is? There's even someone like you to coax me. My bad. Shen Zichuan moved a step. I saw how pitiful you were with your talons and fangs sealed off. Slaying with your blade tonight must have been pretty gratifying for you. A little. Xiao Qie lifted his leg to block Shen Zichuan's way and said, Where are you going? We aren't done talking yet. Sending you back to your residence. Shen Zichuan said, You helped me out a tight spot tonight. I'm so grateful I'm shedding tears. There is no way I can ever repay you for this kindness. Xiao Qie smiled and said, You are so full of lies. You must have deceived quite a number of people, huh? There aren't many who have been taken in. Shen Zichuan looked back. A man always has to tell a few lies, like I've lots of money, that kind. Xiao Qie withdrew his leg and said, I'm nothing compared to you. See. Shen Zichuan said gently, You're being polite again. There was simply no way to chat with this man. Because there was no way he could tell which of his words were the truth and which were the lies. Every sentence was like the superficial surface of muddied water. Even if he circled around it, he could still not pry anything out of it. Xiao Qie turned around and whistled for his horse. He said, It was because of the incident tonight that you speak on such close terms to me. Everyone is gone now. It's meaningless to keep on pretending. Then what can I do? Shen Zichuan picked up the lantern and looked at him gently and obediently. Give you another bite. Xiao Qie swiftly took a step closer and said with ease, You use this mortal flesh of yours to bewitch others. What do you want me to think by looking at me like that? Unperturbed, Shen Zichuan said to him in a soft voice, I was born with such a pair of expressive eyes. Xiao Qie used his whip to point between Shen Zichuan's eyebrows without touching it. He said derisively, What a waste of those eyes. All they contain within are machinations. I was born to be lowly. Shen Zichuan lifted his finger and slowly pushed aside his whip. He said, If I don't machinate, then how am I going to have my fun? I did what I did tonight for myself. Xiao Qie said mercilessly. Don't you go around thinking it was because I'm interested in you. The moon is so beautiful tonight. Shen Zichuan said, Why do you have to spoil the mood and stop me from thinking so? Xiao Qie flipped onto the horse and looked at him for a moment as he held the reins. He said frivolously, I fear that you will latch on to me because of this bit of kindness and get on my nerves with all those weeping and wailing. Did you have too much to drink? Shen Zichuan insinuated. You are beyond cure. Who knows about that? Xiao Qie said. It's not like you have never made such an unreasonable scene before. The night quietened down. Xiao Qie withdrew his eyes. This could be said to be a small victory. He spurred his horse on a few steps when he suddenly heard the man behind him say with a smile, Have you found what you lost 5 years ago? Xiao Qie abruptly looked back and instantly reined in his horse. He demanded in a frosty voice, Return me the thumb ring. Shen Zichuan looked at him, but Xiao Qie found the expression in his eyes wicked. Shen Zichuan said, Want the thumb ring? Easy. Bark twice like a dog, and I'll give it back to you. The gerfalcon swooped down and landed on Xiao Qie's shoulder. Together with its master, it stared frostily at Shen Zichuan. It was in the dead of night. An unnamed watchman 3 struck his clapper 4 and startled the lantern in Shen Zichuan's hand into extinguishing. The road went dark. It was several days later before Li Jianheng dared to show his face before Xiao Qie. He was surprised to find that Xiao Qie's anger had yet to subside. Ice fragments kept scattering all around them while they were listening to the music, scaring those delicate, smooth-skinned ladies so much that not one of them dared to come over to wait upon them. Li Jianheng held the teacup in his hands to shield himself and whispered, Are you still angry? Xiao Qie chomped the ice to pieces and said, Nope. Li Jianheng's hair stood on end as he heard those crunch sounds. He said, Autumn is right around the corner, so don't eat ice like that. It's rather terrifying. Such a big cellar of ice is prepared every year. It'd be a waste to leave it there. Xiao Qie propped up both his legs and leaned back. Then, I'll tell you something happy. Li Jianheng could not help but shift his butt over. He said, That Feng Quan. You know who he is.
Who?
Remember that little lady I told you about? Li Jianheng beamed and said with shifty eyes, Feng Quan is her younger brother. She has now won the favor of Pan Rugi, so how could Pan Rugi not promote Feng Quan? This Feng Quan is such a glib talker. He even coaxed Ji Lei until Ji Lei was over the moon and wanted to take him as his son, from the looks of it. Xiao Qie propped up his head with one arm and glanced at Li Jianheng. You really have your heart set on that little lady. Of course. Li Jianheng said, so, the incident that day was all done by that bastard, Ji Lei. As his son, how would Feng Quan dare to defy his father's order? So, you are saying you want me to let him off? Xiao Qie asked. Li Jianheng was a flexible man who did not have the aspirations expected of the descendants of the imperial clan. He hurriedly slipped down from his chair and squatted before Xiao Qie to implore him. Buddy, please let him off this once for the sake of my romance. Besides, didn't we make him eat until he puked? His Pan Rugi's man, after all. It isn't good not to give him face. It has only been a few days since Xiaofuz's incident. His Majesty is still watching us. Xiao Qie suddenly stared at him. He sat up and asked, Did you touch her? Li Jianheng hummed. Xiao Qie said, You touch Pan Rugi's woman right under his nose. If he were a real man, I wouldn't do it. Li Jianheng reluctantly stood up and said, He's just an old eunuch with just that bit of trick to liven things up. He beat up a delicate and ravishing beauty all day long until she wept. This beauty was originally mine. If you were in my shoes, would you do it or not? 5 Exasperated at Li Jianheng's failure to live up to expectations, Xiao Qie said, No. Li Jianheng pleaded again, Xian, we are buddies. How big an issue can it be? Chem. Just turn a blind eye. If you let Feng Quan off, I'll give you something else to play with. Xiao Qie lay back again and said nothing. If Pan Rugi found out about this incident, then Xiaofuz's episode would be nothing in comparison. That old dog would definitely think of ways to kill them both. His promotion of Feng Quan alone was sufficient for anyone to get a glimpse of how much he doted on that woman. Pan Rugi was already 65 years of age. He had no biological son, and none of the pretty women around him these years could remain by his side for so long. If he truly regarded this woman as his wife or concubine, then he might even dare to hack Li Jianheng to death. Xiao Qie listened to Li Jianheng's incessant chatter and said, Since you dared to do this, does it mean you already have a plan thought out? Li Jianheng sat on the carpet and lowered his head to study his moso bamboo fan. He said in a small voice, Not really. It's just that I've heard that Pan Rugi had once kept a toy boy. All I have to do is to just have to send him one to play with, no? Xiao Qie said, There aren't many who could surpass that beauty of yours, are there? Li Jianheng was on tenterhooks and did not dare to hide it from him. He said, Lately, quite a number of people have been asking around about that. Shen Lanju. Asking about what? Asking about his price, and whether they could afford to raise him. Seeing Xiao Qie's expressionless face, Li Jianheng hurriedly grabbed the chair and said, Money is not an issue. But I don't dare to look for him. If he were to take desperate measures after being pushed into the corner. Xian, help me this once. You just need to send him to Pan Rugi. After the job is done, I'll give him silver, or even gold. Xiao Qie rested his hands on his knees in silence. Thinking there was hope, Li Jianheng said again, Don't you hate Shen Wei? Once you fix him this time, Shen Zichuan would not dare to throw his weight before you in the future. Think about it. If he didn't die, he would be able to turn things around. But if he were to be involved in such a shady deal in Kudu, he would lead a life worse than death. Furthermore, isn't the Empress Dowager also thinking of, I thought you were using your brain while speaking. Xiao Qie slowly pulled out his legs and said, Turns out it's all fucking mush inside. Xian. Seeing him leave, Li Jianheng lifted the hem of his robe and chased after him out of the door. Xiao Qie stepped out of the building and mounted his horse. Without even turning his head back, he left. Even if they let Shen Zichuan be Pan Rugi's forbidden pleasure, would Pan Rugi dare to accept him? This man was the man the Empress Dowager was always watching with the intent to protect. If Pan Rugi dared to take him, then he would be burning his own bridges. Li Jianheng was out of his mind. But, if Li Jianheng really dared to do that? If Li Jianheng really dared to do that? How would he suddenly dare to do that? Shen Zichuan got off work. He had only just removed his waste token and stepped out of the door when he saw that excellent, handsome steed of Xiao Qie. He descended the stairs and asked, "Here to ask for your thumb ring back." Xiao Qie snapped off a branch with leaves and held it between his teeth. He looked at him for a moment and said, "It's broad daylight, and you are still not sober. Return it to me. Stop bullshitting me. You weren't this short-tempered that other night." Shen Zichuan looked at the sky. "It would be too humiliating for the viceroy if you were to stand here and bark like a dog. Which means you aren't here for the thumb ring. So what's the matter? Spit it out. Aren't you well aware of what's the matter?" Xiao Qie sat on the rock with his long legs to prop up his elbows and arms. Prince Chu wanted to give Xiaofuzi a thrashing, and you could even get a line on it from inside the temple. I forgot all about it at the turn of the head. But now that I think about it, you must have planted a man by his side, right? If he wasn't an informer, then he was the instigator who told him to do so. If I were that capable, Shen Zichuan said, I would not have been reduced to raising elephants. Who knows if that's the truth or a lie? Xiao Qie's eyes were aloof and cold. You have to give me a clear account before I can decide whether or not to believe it. Chapter 20, Decision. Chapter 20, Decision. I'm so wronged. Shen Zichuan said, if anything were to happen now, it's definitely all Shen Lanzu's fault. There has been trouble after trouble ever since your release. Xiao Qie said, Xiaofuzi, the Imperial College, Pan Rugi. How is it that every incident has something to do with you? Shen Zichuan said wryly, that's right. Why is it that they all have something to do with me? Don't you know the reason for this? Back then, the hereditary prince found me in the Chashi sinkhole. If he had used his blade to end me, then these incidents today would never have happened. Xiao Qie took down the branch of leaves and said, back then, you fought to survive and drag out an ignoble existence. Did you only come to realize what it feels like to live today? The calmness in Shen Zichuan's eyes was so placid that Xiao Qie found it surreal. This man was extremely odd. It was the same that day during the feast. His every move carried with it an undercurrent of having left behind the past. But Xiao Qie could still clearly remember the look in Shen Zichuan's eyes when the latter had bitten him 5 years ago on that snowy night. Such disconnect from reality seemed to be like a bottomless abyss he could not get a grasp of. Those spurts of hatred seemed to have been worn away until others had no way of telling where his limit lay. Everyone at the feast humiliated him, and yet he merely lowered his head and smiled. When Xiao Qie had said that he was seeing him in a different light, he had truly meant it. If a man could grin and bear it to this extent, then that darkness under that calm was, on the contrary, all the more disturbing to Xiao Qie. What it feels like to be alive. Shen Zichuan smiled again. I can feel it every single day and night while I was in Jiao Zui Temple. Now that I've been released, all the more I find that living isn't easy. I treasure my life. And I'm afraid. But they want me to shoulder this sin and pay for all those human lives with my own. I, Shen Lanzu, has only this one life. How is that even enough to pay for them all? I ingratiate myself with everyone in so many ways, all in the hope that second young master and the various nobles will be magnanimous and won't be too hard on me. Today, you want me to give you an account. Second young master, at least give me a reason. By the time Xiao Qie listened to this point, he had already changed his mind. He has a keen nose and he always vaguely felt uneasy every time Shen Zichuan cooperated in such a compliant and docile manner. But Shen Zichuan yielded to neither cajolery nor coercion. No matter how hard Xiao Qie tried to pry it out of him, he could not tell the truth from his lies. He did not believe a word of what Shen Zichuan said. Just as Shen Zichuan had said that night, everyone was just playing along for fun. Since that was the case, so why take it seriously? But although people could lie, the traces left behind could not. He just had to mingle among the 9 schools of thoughts, one in Kudu, and 10 to 1 he would be able to pry something loose. Shen Zichuan wanted to plant a man by Li Jianheng's side, and it was certain that this person would not be an expert. Based on Shun Zichuan's current circumstances, he could only bribe an errand runner or an attendant. This Li Jianheng's matter was questionable both on the inside and on the outside. If he could not investigate this thoroughly, then there will be no end to troubles in the future. Ever since Xiao Qiye cast his lot with Prince Chu, he found himself sleeping less. I came looking for you to play. How did it become an interrogation? Xiao Qiye changed the topic. He blew the leaves on the branch and lamented, I heard that someone is making inquiries about you recently. This involves Prince Chu's dignity, so naturally, I have to come and ask you. Each time you come finding me to play, Shun Zichuan said, I'll lose sleep for a night. You can't put it that way. Xiao Qiye said, you aren't having an easy time, and I'm not having a good time either. We can turn the page on the old grudges between us and let bygones be bygones. Shun Zichuan laughed and said, tens of thousands of lives in the 6 prefectures of Zhongguo were lost. And the second young wants to bury the hatchet with me. Times are different now. Xiao Qiye finally threw away the branch. He rose to his feet and said, you have now received the favor of the Hua clan, and you're the man in the Empress Dowager's good graces. How would I still dare to offend you? Calling me second young master sounds so distant. We could be said to be nodding acquaintances now. Right. Lanju. Shun Zichuan merely smiled and said, second young master, goodbye. Xiao Qiye got on his horse and looked at him from above. He said, when are you going to return the thumb ring to me, Lanju? A worn-out thumb ring isn't worth a cent and keeping it will just revolt you. But why is it that instead of returning it to me, you seem like you have come to treat it as a treasure? I wear it on me. Shun Zichuan said to Xiao Qiye, just to rely on second young master's ferocious aura to ward off evil. So how would I bear to return it to you this easily? Xiao Qiye lashed his horsewhip with a crack and said, don't you know? It's exactly evil aura that your second young master has. Shun Zichuan stood where he was and watched him gallop away into the distance. His smile faded away, leaving only an unfathomable stillness. The setting sun dipped, and the orange light reflected under his feet extended into the shadow of Xiao Qiye's gradually disappearing back. Stars adorned the night sky. Grand Mentor Qi opened the newly drawn map and showed it to Shun Zichuan. The former Eastern Palace did not have the authority to deploy troops at the frontier. But it came to receive intimate knowledge from the Ministry of War on the setups of the various lands' garrison troops. This is of the Libei Great Commanderess. It's backed by Hongyang Mountains, and its west leads to Luoxia Pass, while the east overlooks the Bianxia 12 tribes. Shun Zichuan pointed at the Hongyang Mountains on the east side. Autumn is around the corner. There is an undersupply of pasture for the Bianxia cavalry, so they are bound to rob the mutual trade market at the boundary. Xiao Jiming wants to deploy his troops. So why isn't there a memorial to seeking instructions being sent to Kudu these days? Because His Majesty is severely ill. Grand Mentor Qi pondered over it. This year spring, Xiao Jiming had only submitted one memorial. He surely has an informant in Kudu. Since he still has yet to submit a memorial for the deployment as of today, then it could only mean one thing. Shun Zichuan said under his breath, His Majesty doesn't have long to live. So, exactly who is it that can secure the imperial court is Xiao Jiming's reason for biding his time now. Grand Mentor Qi took out a brush, dipped it in ink, and drew a circle around Li Bei. Prince Chu's accession to the throne will only benefit the Xiao clan. They have been at odds with the Hua clan for too long. Because of the Zhongguo incident, they have fallen to the disadvantageous position of being under the control of others, and the opportunity to turn the tide in their favor is now right before them. Xiao Jiming will definitely not pass up this opportunity. But teacher has also said that day. Shun Zichuan pointed to Kudu. As long as the gates of Kudu remain closed, Xiao Qiye remains the hostage from Libei. With him in the Empress Dowager's hand, how is Xiao Jiming able to act? Since you mentioned this matter. Grand Mentor Qi cast aside his brush. Then, I will tell you of another matter. Teacher, please speak. In your view, what kind of man is this Xiao Qiye? Shun Zichuan lowered his eyes to look at the map and replied, sharp. Smart. Doesn't like to follow the steps. I think he is. Grand Mentor Qi scratched his head as if he could not think of a suitable word. After a moment of frustration, he sprawled over the table and said mysteriously to Shen Zichuan, "I think he is the opportunity heaven sent to Li Bei to turn things around. His a natural-born talent." Shen Zichuan swung his brush and asked, "Why does teacher say so?" Grand Mentor Qi immediately got under the table and pulled out the book he had written with his own hands. Over the years, he sensed himself becoming old and forgetful, and so he had recorded down many matters on paper. With swishing sounds, he flipped through several pages, then leaned over the table again and pushed the book to Shen Zichuan. "These are the details Ji Qingqing managed to pry from the Ministry of War. In the first year of Yongyi III, that is, 8 years ago, Xiao Qie was 14 years of age when he followed Xiao Jiming into battle at Bianxia. In the middle of the summer, Xiao Jiming was besieged by 3 Bianxia tribes at the eastern side of the Hongyang mountain ranges. His retreat route was cut off, and he was trapped before the Hongjiang River. The Prince of Li Bei's reinforcements did not arrive for 3 days, and Xiao Jiming pressed on with his desperate battle for survival. But the cavalries of the 3 Bianxia tribes were nimble. As you know, Li Bei has a legion of armored cavalry. They can deal a powerful blow head-on like a wall of iron, but they can't respond agilely enough to a battle that entails back-and-forth pursuits. Drag it on for too long, and the one exhausted will be Xiao Jiming's troops." Grand Mentor Qi downed a few mouthfuls of wine. But on the 3rd night, Bianxia retreated like the ebbing of tide. Because their heavily guarded army provisions were set on fire. The fire spread from the center and threw their rear formation into disarray. Xiao Jiming seized the opportunity to fight a decisive battle and broke through the siege in one night. However, the statement from Li Bei was cut off at this point. The following details were all information that your Shifu took a lot of effort to find out. Can you guess how the heavily guarded army provisions were sent up into flames? Allegedly, the 3 Bianxia tribes constructed and dug a trench for lavatory purposes near the river. Xiao Qie silently felt his way from the Hongjiang River to the trench and crawled in that filthy and stinky ditch for half a night. At this point, Grand Mentor Qi stroked his chin. Yet, Li Bei suppressed such a meritorious service and did not report it. Not only that, Xiao Qie came to Kudu and became an idle hoodlum, but how could a loafer have such endurance? Just imagine. Under that kind of circumstances, if he fails, then his eldest brother would be the one to die. Yet, he could lay dormant for 2 days until the Bianxia troops let their guards down before he set the fire. Did he know that his eldest brother's life was at stake during those 2 days? And what if he had not set the fire correctly, or if he failed? To grasp the timing accurately, 1 minute earlier, and Bianxia would strengthen. 1 minute later, and Li Bei would weaken. Yet, he struck right at that exact timing. How could he have done it if he didn't have extraordinary insight? Shen Zichuan seemed to be moved. At last, Grand Mentor Qi said, "Moreover, this lad is insanely wild. When he did this, he only brought with him this many people." Grand Mentor Qi extended 2 fingers and paused for a moment. "Lanju, I thought Pan Rugi transferred him to the Imperial Army to avoid trouble, but it turned out to be a blunder. They thought the Imperial Army was already written off, but what was the Imperial Army's background? They were all from military households who followed the Emperor back then to get into the 8 cities. The 8 great clans did not think much of them, so they relied on the backing of the Emperor alone. But now, the Emperor doesn't want them anymore, and so these 20,000 men became weapons without a master. It's fine if they really fall into the hands of a hedonistic young master. But if they fall into Xiao Qie's hand, then what else is there to deter Xiao Jiming from deploying troops to protect Prince Chu? So that's it. The part where Shen Zichuan had been puzzling over previously suddenly cleared up. He had thought that since Xiao Jiming left Xiao Qie in the Kudu, then he should understand that this was a pawn under the control of others. Either he abandoned it, or acted with prudence. If he was being prudent, then he should not and must not let Xiao Qie get so close to Prince Chu. Otherwise, he would be asking for trouble. No matter what he did, he would always be on tenterhooks and cleaning up messes. This bout of autumn chill in Kudu is about to break out in full fury. We lack influence and power, so it'd be best to steer clear of it. Grand Mentor Qi's mouth was parched. He continued, because of the Imperial College incident, a distance has already formed between the Empress Dowager and Shi Jiyuan, as well as with His Majesty. In order to ensure that her authority does not decline, the matter of the imperial heir would be of emergency. If anything were to happen to Prince Chu these days, then the Xiao clan's efforts would have been in vain, much like drawing water with a sieve. So it would seem that Xiao Qie's urgency to meet you today must have been because he was already on the alert. However, the Empress Dowager herself is more wary and sensitive. Back then, to let Prince Ning ascend to the throne, she did not hesitate to exterminate everyone from the Eastern Palace. So, today, to guard against the unexpected, she will also wipe out Prince Chu. Xiao Qie wants to ensure Prince Chu's safety, but I'm afraid that it won't be an easy feat to achieve. Since the Empress Dowager will not use Shi Jiyuan, then the only one left is Ji Lei. Shun Zichuan's eyes were calm. The experts in the imperial bodyguards are as plentiful as clouds. And they are clean and efficient in their jobs. The fight between those in power is one thing. Grand Mentor Qi said. It's time for you to decide whether to pursue Prince Chu or follow the Empress Dowager. Shun Zichuan extended his hand and covered the map. Chapter 21, Autumn Hunt. Chapter 21, Autumn Hunt. It rained several times in the 10th month of the lunar year, following which the maple leaves in Mount Feng turned red. Shun Zichuan had already caught sight of some slight frost while herding the elephants during the morning court. Emperor Xianda's illness improved somewhat along with the coming of autumn. Word had it that his meals had resumed, and his coughing during the morning court had eased off a lot. According to tradition, the emperor could only head to the Nanlin One hunting grounds only in the 11th month. But Emperor Xianda seemed to be worried that traveling might prove difficult in cold weather, so he gave orders for the preparations of the autumn hunt to be carried out at the start of the 10th month. The ones responsible for patrol duty are still the 8 great training divisions and the imperial bodyguards. Chen Yang carried the blade for Xiao Qie and said, "Viceroy, didn't His Majesty flew into a rage the last time?" "That was last time." Xiao Qie had just come from the military drill grounds. He wiped his sweat. His Majesty was furious last time because he felt that there were safety concerns both on the inside and on the outside. But it's different this time. Shi Jiyuan had been despised and shunned by Her Majesty. Having been left out in the cold for 2 months, he will be desperately wanting to put himself back into the limelight. Are such small favors able to move Shi Jiyuan? When Chen Yang saw no one nearby, he said, "After all, Her Majesty has been gaining power for a long time, and His Majesty is ill. Even if he is willing to hand Shi Jiyuan an olive branch, Shi Jiyuan wouldn't dare to accept it, would he? You said it yourself, that it's a small favor." Xiao Qie put on the outer garment he had grabbed. What if His Majesty gave Shi Jiyuan great power and authority? A few days ago, His Majesty even asked about the age of the Shi clan's daughter. Prince Chu does not have a princess consort. If he really bestowed marriage upon them, then even if Shi Jiyuan did not have the intent to, it would appear differently to Her Majesty. Chen Yang said, "A pity we don't have a missy at home." "It's better that way." Xiao Qie said, "If I were to have a sister, she would have to be like Commander-in-Chief Qi. Otherwise, she would have no control over her life. Most likely, she will be forced to marry a husband she has never seen before." Having said to this point, he slowed his pace. The Hua clan has always been the first choice for imperial concubines. At this age, Hua Xiangyi, who has been raised and nurtured by the Empress Dowager, has yet to be bestowed a marriage. Even His Majesty does not dare to offend her and could only call her his younger sister. When it comes to whom she will be betrothed to in the future, it's Her Majesty's arrangements that they still have to go along with. Chen Yang said, "Fortunately, our hereditary prince is already married. But who else can third Missy Hua be betrothed to?" "Viceroy, I really can't tell at all. The Qi clan is the best choice." Xiao Qie smiled. If Qi Zhuyin was born a man, the Empress Dowager would have long betrothed third Missy Hua to her. A pity Qi Zhuyin is a girl, and the Hua clan does not have any man of lawful birth in this generation. So they can only eye this piece of meat but not move their chopsticks. They are getting anxious. The horse was led over, and Xiao Qie stroked it. "Come on. Let's go to the East Market on Donglong Street again." Shun Zichuan had only just stepped into Donglong Street. Having been released from his imprisonment, he could naturally no longer stay in Jiaozui Temple. As no one mentioned it at the outset, this matter was set aside. But in the 8th month, Qiao Tianya suddenly took notice of it and followed him to Jiaozui Temple. When he saw Grand Mentor Qi all covered in mud acting like a lunatic, he got Shen Zichuan to open an account in advance with the imperial bodyguards so that he could find a proper place to live in. Thus, at the end of the 9th month, Shen Zichuan moved to an old alley. The rent was cheap, and the place, suitable for his current status. Who exactly is this person Shifu wants me to find? Shen Zichuan took the indenture 3 and looked at the word Songyu. The place of origin above was blank. Ji Qingqing looked around the crowd and said, "Uncle didn't mention it either. He only said that the teacher has permitted it. That is, to let this person take care of your daily living in the future." After Shen Zichuan moved out of Jiaozui Temple, it became inconvenient for him to communicate with Grand Mentor Qi. He was unwilling to raise messenger pigeons. Firstly, it was too easy to expose themselves, and secondly, Xiao Qie's gerfalcon was too fierce, it left a deep impression on him. At present, they could only rely on Ji Gang and meet up when Ji Gang used his identity as an errand runner to venture outdoors to make purchases. It was extremely inconvenient, but they had no better option for the time being. "He should be in the East Market," Shen Zichuan said to Ji Qingqing. "Let's go for a look." Donglong Street was near Kaling River. It was a pleasure district. There was a trading market set up on the eastern side to deal in human goods. Those who were selling themselves to bury their parents would also choose this place to kneel. For because the common households and residences would all come here to pick errand runners or maidservants. Xiao Qie gripped a register of names from Prince Chu's residence with the intention to come here to investigate some of the men's origins. He had only just strode out of the middleman's place when he saw a familiar nape. Chen Yang said, "Isn't that?" Xiao Qie raised his hand, and Chen Yang fell silent. Shen Zichuan kept the indenture. Feeling a chill on his nape, he looked back. Xiao Qie was already standing behind him. "Oh, a bigwig," Shen Zichuan said. "Why are you standing behind me?" "Looking at you." Xiao Qie stuffed away the register in passing and strolled over to Shen Zichuan's side. "Are you here to buy servants?" Shen Zichuan said, as if in jest, "I'm selling myself. How on earth can I afford to buy someone? Already reduced to such a state, huh?" Xiao Qie sized him up. "Isn't it said that many people are seeking you at high prices? It's all about the feels." Shen Zichuan continued to walk. "They have to catch my eye before I can decide whether to receive them or not." 5 Xiao Qie knew what kind of men they were and said, "It sure isn't easy to choose between the ugly and the repulsive, is it? I'm no match for the second young master." Shen Zichuan looked askance at him. "Following Prince Chu must have given you your fair share of flesh," 6 Xiao Qie said. "Envious? Come look for me." Shen Zichuan smiled too and said, "I haven't been reduced to that stage yet." Both men had almost arrived at the end. Shen Zichuan turned aside and said, "Then I won't bother second young master to accompany me further. I'm heading back." "No hurry." Xiao Qie remained where he was. "This autumn hunt, we still have to look out for each other. The imperial bodyguards and the imperial army have no common ground." Shen Zichuan looked at him. "So what is there for me to look out for you?" Xiao Qie said, "How distant. If I often go over to you to stretch my legs, we can come to share a common ground." Shen Zichuan did not answer him. After he left, Xiao Qie was still rooted at the same spot. Who is he looking for in this place? Xiao Qie gently stroked the hilt of the blade with his thumb. Ji Qingqing. As expected, it's Ji Qingqing. Chen Yang. Here. Go and check it out. Xiao Qie said, "Look into all 18 generations of Ji Qingqing's ancestors." 7 After Shen Zichuan's search for the man had been disrupted by Xiao Qie, he was placed on consecutive rotational duties, and so he did not manage to find any more free time. On the eve of the autumn hunt, it was finally his turn to receive an assignment. Sure enough, it was to accompany the emperor to the Nanlin hunting grounds. One day, Shen Zichuan got off work and returned home. Before pushing the door open, he sensed the presence of someone else in the house. With a cloak around him, Feng Quan drank his tea with his fingers sticking up 8 and said from the other side of the door, "Aren't you coming in?" Shun Zichuan pushed the door open. There was no light lit in the house. With his snow-white face immersed in the darkness, Feng Quan looked like a wandering soul. He set aside the tea and said, "I'm here to convey a message from Her Majesty." Shun Zichuan threw his dirty robe on the small clothes rack 9 with curvy raised ends and said, "Thank you for the trouble." "Yeah." Feng Quan looked at Shun Zichuan maliciously and tossed him an object. "If it weren't a matter of urgency, would I have needed to come in person? You have been graced with so many favors from the Empress Dowager. And now it's time to repay it all one at a time. If this matter falls through this autumn hunt, then you won't be able to survive through it either." Shun Zichuan caught the object. It was an Eastern Pearl 10 wrapped in a strip of cloth. A wipe of his fingertip revealed the ink traces of half a character on the strip of cloth. Lin. 11, Chu. 12. Shun Zichuan's eyes shifted back to Feng Quan's face. Feng Quan stood up and walked over to Shun Zichuan. He said, "If you succeed, the Empress Dowager can still spare your life and treat you like a dog to order around. But if you fail, then there's no point in keeping you. Martial arts experts will be as plentiful as trees in a forest." Shun Zichuan said, "I'll try my best." Feng Quan stared daggers at him for a while before he let out a mocking smile. He strode out of the door, shook on his cloak, and melted away into the darkness of the night. Shun Zichuan lit a lamp and stood by the side of the table as he burned away the strip of cloth. The tongue of the flame licked the fabric, turning the word Lin into ashes. The Nanlin hunting grounds was located on the southeast side of Kudu and encompassed a wide area. Half of the usual ingredients used by the Court of Imperial Entertainments came from this place. The 8 great training division forces, half of which had been mobilized, followed after the emperor in a grand display of might. Shun Zichuan was herding the elephants when he heard the thunderous sounds of galloping horse hooves. He did not have to look back to know whose horse it was. Sure enough, he saw the gerfalcon swoop over his head and haul up a wild mouse from among the grass before it went soaring into the sky again. Xiao Qi'er and Li Jianheng, along with a group of rich young masters from Kudu, spurred their horses past him and noisily dashed straight ahead. The jet-black steed with a snow-white patch on its chest under him was truly a conspicuous sight. Xiaowu looked up in envy and said, "This Viceroy Xiao's eagle and horse are all wonderful treasures." Shun Zichuan said, "All wild animals." Xiaowu was young and could not stand loneliness, so he was always wanting to converse with Shun Zichuan. Sitting on the horse, he munched on dried sweet potatoes 13 and said in a Huaizhou accent, "Chuanji, do you know the names of that horse and eagle?" Shun Zichuan smiled and said, "They are wild, there's only so much they can be called." Xiaowu stretched his body out and said expressively, "That eagle is called Meng, don't you think it sounds fierce? But that horse's name isn't fierce. It's called Lang Dao Shui Jin." He enunciated each word, sounding so childlike that it amused the group of adults. Gasping for breath, Li Jianheng looked back and said to Xiao Qi'er, "Man, each time I see him, I always wonder why he wasn't born a woman." Xiao Qi'er turned around the horse and looked at Li Jianheng. Li Jianheng said, I know. I'm not befuddled to that extent. When we arrive at the venue in a moment." Xiao Qi'er said, "You have to tell me when you venture out. Don't stray away from the guards around night time. Not one of the women you brought must be allowed into the tent either." "I didn't bring a woman along." Li Jianheng put on a bold front to quibble. Xiao Qi'er threw him an indescribably wicked smile. Behind them, Chen Yang spurred his horse on and caught up to them. He said, "Viceroy, I've gotten someone to send all those women back." Upset, Li Jianheng bit the tip of his tongue. After a while, he said, "See Ian, honestly speaking, if you won't even let me sleep with them, then what fun is there to be had at the autumn hunt?" "Plenty." Xiao Qi'er said, "Even basking in the sun is more interesting than you being cooped up in the tent." Li Jianheng kept sighing as he continued on, listless and dejected, with the rest of the journey. When they arrived, it was nearly dark. Shun Zichuan was not on duty on the first day, so he stayed behind to do odd jobs. Qiao Tianya came too and called the imperial bodyguards over to treat them to some meat. He saw the bowl in Shun Zichuan's hand and suddenly said, "So you can drink, huh?" Sun Zichuan said, "Just a bowl." Xiao Tianya did not expose him. This man did not look like an imperial bodyguard. He was more like someone from the martial fraternity. He used a dagger to wipe the roast meat and said, "Eat all you can now that you are at the hunting ground. This happens only once a year. What you are eating is all stuff the palace usually uses. So seize the opportunity before you miss it." He chewed on the meat and said, "You have to bring a blade while you are on duty. When your turn comes tomorrow night, use Chingching's blade. Why didn't you bring one? Didn't the domesticated elephant's office teach you 2 stances? The blade is too heavy." Looking as though he was too weak to lift it, Sun Zichuan said, "It's too much for me to carry it along with me." "The bones in your body," Xiao Tianya said, "couldn't have been broken by that kick of second young Master Xiao, could it? What a pity. That's a first-grade hoodlum, we can't extort him. Otherwise, with that one kick, this older brother can fleece him out of all his family fortune." The imperial bodyguards around them laughed. Sun Zichuan moved the corners of his lips. As he sipped the wine, he took a quick look around along the rim of the bowl. All of them were inseparable from their blades. Other than him, who else was here to kill Prince Chu? Apart from those present here, there were still the assassins in the unseen shadows, and how many of them were lying in wait with cool detachment? Even if Xiao Qie was a natural-born talent, what were the odds that he could successfully protect Prince Chu under this heavy siege? Several tents away, Xiao Qie and Li Jianheng were still drinking wine and playing dice with the others. Chapter 22, Thunder. Chapter 22, Thunder. The next morning, Emperor Xianda assumed personal command over the autumn hunts arena. His health did not permit him to go hunting on a horse, so he prepared some rewards and ordered the men present to head to the hunting grounds to try their luck at winning a prize. Li Jianheng could not get on his horse and had to make several attempts before he could hoist himself onto it. Emperor Xianda looked at him and said, "Jianheng will lead by example. I'll be waiting to have a taste of your prey." Li Jianheng gripped the reins. He had already given instructions to his guards. Even if he could not hit a target, he would not return empty-handed. So he set out in high spirits with a bunch of guards following closely behind him. Xiao Qie rode his horse beside him. There was a stretch of forest at the end of the vast expanse of grassland at the Nanlin hunting grounds. Morning dews hung on branches and leaves that had yellowed. Startled by the shouts and sounds of horses' hooves, prey of all sizes that had been set loose scattered among the undergrowth. Clenching his bow as he sat on his horse, Li Jianheng drew the string apart with great effort and fired an arrow at a rabbit. The arrow jabbed feebly into the ground some distance away from the rabbit. Blind applause and cheers first rang out at the sides, then the guard who had gone over to take a look brought back a rabbit that had been prepared in advance. Satisfied, Li Jianheng said to Xiao Qie, "My archery skill isn't bad, right? It was Imperial Grandpa who taught me back then." Xiao Qie said sincerely, "I have never seen such a display of archery prowess even in Libei." Li Jianheng immediately laughed and said, "You have been in Kudu for so long, you couldn't have forgotten how to draw a bow, could you?" Xiao Qie had only brought an ordinary bow along. It was not even as good as the ones the imperial bodyguards used. He said, "Let me show you my skill too." With that, Xiao Qie drew his bow and fired an arrow at the clearing before him. His shot was even weaker than Prince Chu's, it did not even stab into the ground. Blind cheers and exultation rang out from the sides again. Xiao Qie reveled in it. Qian Tianya had already grown impatient waiting behind them. Amused when he saw this scene, he said, "See that? If you don't train well, you'll be treated like a fool." Looking at Xiao Qie's shoulders and arms, Sun Zichuan was once again reminded of that piece of bone thumb ring. He could not help but smile. Prince Chu had not ridden for long when his back ached. It dampened his willingness to go further. This was the result of having too much to drink last night. At the moment, he was not feeling well all over. He led the horse and wandered around aimlessly for a while, enduring it until it was almost time before he urged his men back. The guards at the back had not even finished shooting all their arrows when they escorted him back like a gust of wind. They did not even head to the forest in the east. Li Jianheng dismounted the horse and kneeled before the emperor. At the side, Pan Rugi made an inventory count of the prey for Emperor Xianda. The more Li Jianheng heard, the more pleased he was. He said, "Imperial elder brother, there's even a red fox. What an excellent fur color. It'll make the perfect fur collar for you." Emperor Xianda was pleased too. He said, "I feel even more spirited now than I was back in Kudu. Pan Rugi, give the stuff to Prince Chu." Li Jianheng lifted the silk fabric with great delight, only to see a great bow no ordinary man could draw presented underneath. He instantly lost interest, although he still had to say, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward." Emperor Xianda laughed and coughed a few times before saying, "You don't like it? This isn't meant for you to use either. This bow was left behind by the great ancestor Emperor One in the early years. It's made of black iron coupled with keel and weighs 120 kati. Even the current 4 great generals cannot draw it. Bestowing it upon you is because I want you to be diligent at all times. When you face this bow, remember the hardships of the great ancestor emperor in his great undertaking to establish the empire." Li Jianheng acknowledged his words and called for his men to carry the bow away. During dinner, Emperor Xianda called Li Jianheng over to sit with him and leaned against him. This was a hint that could not be any more obvious. All the officials presented knew it, but they still had to play dumb because Secretariat Elder Hua Xiqian, was still on an equal footing with Prince Chu. Once everyone had their fill of wine and food, a bonfire was started. Emperor Xianda had not retreated this whole day, and so all those present could not leave either. Li Jianheng had already grown tired of sitting, but then, he saw that Emperor Xianda still had no intent to retreat for a rest. "What's going on?" Li Jianheng cast a questioning gaze at Xiao Qiye. Xiao Qiye pretended not to notice. By this time, the singing and dancing had already receded, and the flame of the bonfire was raging. Emperor Xianda suddenly gathered his clothes and called out, "My dear Minister Hai." Hai Liangyi tidied his robe and respectfully kneeled before the emperor to answer, "This old subject is here." Emperor Xianda asked, "What were you going to do today?" Hai Liangyi kowtowed and replied, "This old subject would like to recommend the Chief Supervising Secretary of the 6 Ministries' Office of Scrutiny for Revenue, Xiuzhua, to be given the authority to submit a petition before Your Majesty." Hua Xiqian had already sensed something going on. He stroked his beard and said, "Rensha, why put it in such a way? To begin with, the Chief Supervising Secretary has the authority to remonstrate directly with His Majesty." "That may be so," Hai Liangyi said, "but Xiuzhua's Memorial 3 has repeatedly failed to reach His Majesty. He might as well seek a direct audience with His Majesty." "How could there be a memorial that couldn't make its way to His Majesty?" Hua Xiqian asked. Emperor Xianda said, "I'm curious too. My dear Minister Hai, call him up to say his piece." Having received the command, Pan Rugi exchanged looks with Hua Xiqian and strode 2 steps out to call out, "Summon the Chief Supervising Secretary of the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue, Xiuzhua, for an audience with His Majesty." Xiuzhua was not wearing his official robe. He looked travel-worn as though he had just dismounted from his horse. He did not look at anyone when he made his way up. Instead, he kneeled first to kowtow and pay his obeisances to Emperor Xianda. "What do you have to report?" Emperor Xianda asked amid the wind. Xiuzhua said, "This subject is the Supervising Secretary of the Office of Scrutiny. My key task is to audit the financial affairs of the Ministry of Revenue in minute details. In the 3rd month of the 5th year of Xianda, for this subject audited the expenditure ledger for the 4th year of Xianda and discovered a subsidy of 2 million taels recorded. For the sake of prudence, especially in the light of the Ministry of Revenue's statement that it was a subsidy to the 13 cities of Jueshi, this subject personally made a trip to Jueshi. The Provincial Administration Commissioner of Jueshi, Jiang Qingshan, conducted a reconciliation of the accounts with this subject and discovered that out of the subsidy allocated in the 4th year of Xianda, only 1,530,000 taels had been given to Jueshi for real. The remaining 470,000 taels had vanished without a trace. Following this, in the 8th month of the same year, the Ministry of War disbursed the salaries and provisions to the troops at the frontiers. The Ministry of Revenue allocated 2,800,000 taels for this purpose. Of that amount, 1,800,000 taels were for Chidong 5 Commandery's garrison troops, and 1,000,000 taels were for Libe Great Commandery. But by the time this subject chased the money to Luoxia Pass after it was handed down, there were only 830,000 taels left. And this goes on, incident after incident. The deficit of the state treasury is such a huge sum. Where has all the money gone? Who took them? Elder Secretariat Hua may be unsure, but this subject has the records to submit for His Majesty's perusal. You are spouting nonsense. Hua Xiqian denounced him in a cold tone. The Ministry of Revenue has to reconcile the accounts at the beginning of the year right in the palace itself. How is it that you just had to be the one to know when the Minister of Revenue, Grand Secretariat, and the brush-holding director of the Imperial Palace's Directorate of Ceremonial all had no idea that there was a deficit? Hai Liangyi raised his head and said in a steady voice, "This old subject knows." Starting from the second year of Shenda, the account books submitted by the Ministry of Revenue have been split into real and fake copies. When it comes to deciding what is handed over every year, it's not the Minister of Revenue's words that counts, but yours, Hua Xiqian. The crackle of the bonfire exploded like a sudden burst of thunder that struck everyone present into silence. None of them had expected Emperor Shenda to raise tough questions in such a manner so suddenly. Fine. Hua Xiqian laughed and slapped the table to get up. So you are making up wild charges now? What Hua faction? All the lands in the world belong to the Emperor. I, Hua Xiqian, have been open and aboveboard in everything I have done. All along, I've placed His Majesty first. If there are any dubious accounts, take them out now. Zhang Guosha, tally it with him. The Minister of Revenue, Zhang Guosha, kneeled down in a fluster and said, Your Majesty, this subject would like to ask Chief Supervising Secretary Shui a question. Since it's the accounts for the 4th year of Shenda that has a problem, why did he wait until today to bring it up? If there is truly a problem with it, then wouldn't he have held up a major issue? Shui Xiuzhua quickly said, Nowadays, the local officials who have entered the capital do not meet their superiors nor pay obeisance to Your Majesty. Instead, they first send a visitation card 5 and head over to the Hua residence and Pangongong's secondary residence to pay their respects. The Hua faction is so powerful and influential. It may well be asked who still wouldn't dare to follow the lead of Secretariat Elder Hua. Every year, I have to tell the delegated investigating censors to just voice it out if there is a problem. What do I have to fear? The account ledgers of my Hua clan have all been presented before His Majesty. It's all clear and above board. Hua Xiqian stared at Shui Xiuzhua. Shui Yanqing, do you still remember who gave you a recommendation when you had to enter Kudu to be an official during the years of Yongyi? I could be partially considered your teacher, and yet you framed me like this. Shui Xiuzhua raised his head and met Hua Xiqian's eyes for a moment. He said, On the imperial court, there is only the ruler and his ministers, there is no teacher and his student. Hua Xiqian turned to Emperor Shenda and asked, Does Your Majesty believe it? Emperor Shenda lowered his eyelids and said, I believe the accounts. Hua Xiqian raised his head and burst out laughing. He joined his palms together and said, Fine. Your Majesty, it was a turbulent period in Kudu back then, and the former emperor chose you on his deathbed. Do you still remember who was the one who supported you, who protected and escorted you all the way? But tonight, you believed it because of a few disloyal and unfilial scums? Emperor Shenda raised his hand to drink the tea. He finally looked at Hua Xiqian. With his eyes brimming with loathing, he said, Shouldn't you be clear whether that was protecting and escorting or coercing and commanding a prince? Hua Xiqian suddenly shoved aside the table and said, Ji Lei. The imperial bodyguards at the feast drew their blades with a swoosh. Hai Liangyi said, The audacity of you to rebel. I wouldn't dare. Hua Xiqian said. But you are already forcing the blades right at me now. Surely you don't expect me to sit and wait to be killed, do you? What do you want? Emperor Shenda said coldly, Shi Ji Yuan. The 8 great training divisions suddenly strode a step forward to stand before the emperor. Take down Hua Xiqian. Emperor Shenda commanded. Don't you dare. Hua Xiqian bellowed. Shi Ji Yuan, your wife and child are now having tea with the Empress Dowager. If you dare to take another step forward, the lineage of the Shi clan will be severed. The Empress Dowager has treated you well over the years, but you have been repeatedly instigated by others. It is still not too late for you to turn back. Shi Jiyuan had originally been forced and left without a choice. Now, he took a slight step back, afraid. Emperor Xianda said in a sinister voice, "Not too late." Shi Jiyuan, was it not too late for the former crown prince? Was it not too late for Shen Wei? Which of them weren't more loyal than you were? They retreated, but did the Empress Dowager let them off? I have already asked them to draft an imperial edict. As long as Prince Chu ascended to the throne in the future, the daughter of the Shi clan will be the Empress of the Empire. It has already become a usual practice for His Majesty to issue and rescind his orders. And you still dare to harbor such wishful thinking? Hua Xiqian flicked his sleeves. His Majesty has gone muddle-headed from his illness. Imperial concubine Wei is already half a month pregnant, so how can Prince Chu ascend to the throne? Shi Jiyuan gripped his blade. His forehead was drenched in sweat. Layers and layers of dark clouds had already shrouded the night sky. The wind before the eve of a rainstorm ceased too. Banners of flags at the hunting grounds flapped. No one moved. Gritting his teeth, Shi Jiyuan drew out his blade and turned to Emperor Xianda. With some difficulty, he said, "The illness of His Majesty is beyond cure. I gave you a chance." Emperor Xianda looked at Shi Jiyuan and gradually began to laugh. The more he laughed, the louder he became. And the louder he was, the more he coughed. He braced himself against the table and said frostily, "If I did not have total confidence when I came to this autumn hunt, then how could I hunt down and kill treacherous ministers and traitors like you? Qi Zhuyin is already leading the troops over to come to my aid. She should be here within 4 hours. So who are you killing? Chem? Who dares to?" Ji Lei suddenly piped up. Commander-in-Chief Qi is far away in the Tsangjuan Commandery in Chidong. The imperial bodyguards are responsible for all incoming and outgoing correspondences. Your Majesty, it's time for you to wake up from your dreams. Emperor Xianda glared furiously at him and said, "Qi." Pan Rugi suddenly covered Emperor Xianda's mouth and forced him to sit down. He looked around the crowd and smiled. His Majesty is having a relapse of his illness. All the civil servants' legs were trembling. Hua Xiqian looked at Li Jianheng and grinned nastily as he said, "Prince Chu harbored the intent to stage a revolt at the hunting grounds. He even brought a bow and arrows along. The evidence against him is conclusive. What are you waiting for? Kill him." Except for the guards beside him, the cold gleams of blades suddenly erupted all around. Li Jianheng dropped his chopsticks in shock. As he retreated, he tumbled onto the ground along with his seat. He said, Secretariat Elder, I have no intent to proclaim myself the Emperor, Your Highness." Hua Xiqian said, "Do you know how the 4 words, 'in spite of oneself' is written?" Thunder exploded in the sky. Hearing the swarm of footsteps towards him, Li Jianheng hid among his guards. He could not even stand up as he said in a teary voice, "I'm an idle prince by nature, so why go to such an extent?" The gleam of a blade flashed past before him, and Li Jianheng held his head and yelled. But then, he heard a tremendous crash, and the table before him overturned with a bang. Someone gripped his back collar and lifted him up. "His Majesty bestowed the Conqueror bow upon you, and so you are the Crown Prince of Dazhou." Xiao Qie let out a sinister smile. "As the Viceroy of the Imperial Army in Kudu, I, Xiao Xian, want to see who will meet their fates under this blade of mine. Chen Yang, help the Crown Prince up the horse." Xiao II. Ji Lei slowly drew out his blade. "On account of the friendship between us, do you have to do this tonight? I've been fooling around for so long." Xiao Qie released Li Jianheng. "I'm itching for a fight. 6 Capture him." Ji Lei said, "As long as there is no danger to the second young master's life, it's fine to break his arms and legs." Xiao Qie took off his cumbersome outer robe, only to reveal a body-fitting Jinzhuang 7 underneath. He cast a glance around and said, "Whoever is able to break my arms and legs, I will not only award him 100 taels of gold, but also call him master." Langli blade, which had almost never once left its sheath in Kudu, steadily slid out. Inch by inch, light the color of snow glinted, along with a frosty, murderous aura that intimidated. But if he can't break them, then his life is forfeited. Chapter 23, Downpour. Chapter 23, Downpour. A gale assailed across the grass of the hunting grounds. The instant the flame leaped, the sudden sound of blades colliding against one another erupted. The feast was thrown into chaos. Hai Liangyi climbed up from the ground. With a burst of unexpected energy, he slammed headlong into Pan Rugi and bellowed, "Castrated traitor! Don't hurt my lord!" Li Jianheng was on the horse, trembling all over as he watched the glinting and flashing display of cold steels. Clinging on to the horse's neck, he closed his eyes and cried out, "Xian! Xian, save me!" All of a sudden, Xiao Qie kicked Ji Lei back into a retreat. Without even looking back, he backhandedly stabbed the imperial bodyguard who was attempting to launch a sneak attack behind him and snuffed the life out of the latter. Warm blood spattered over half of his body. He pulled out Lonely Blade, took 2 steps forward, and struck the 8 Great Training Division's soldier charging at him to the ground. Chen Yang had already flipped atop the horse. He hauled Li Jianheng up, whistled at the top of his voice, and shouted to Prince Chu's guards, "Follow me to protect His Highness. We'll break through the siege towards the east." Before the horses could move, Ji Lei said in a cold voice, "Stop him." Ji Lei had yet to finish his word when he saw a blade slashing down on him. He held up his blade horizontally to block it. The next moment, both his arms sank down heavily as Xiao Qie's blow pained and numbed them. A sound escaped from Ji Lei's throat as the impact sent him staggering. Astonished, he looked before him. "Xiao II. You played dumb to exploit the situation for your own ends." Ji Lei crouched abruptly with legs astride and forcibly lifted his blade. He bellowed in fury, "I've misjudged you." A gust of wind assaulted from the side, and Xiao Qie turned his head to dodge the attack. He swept the edge of his blade in a diagonal arc on his right, and a stream of glistening blood followed in its trajectory. Following right after, his blade collided with Ji Lei's once again. Lang Dao Shuejin charged in, knocked over the table, and dragged the tablecloth along with it as it galloped through the bonfire. In that moment, the fire surged, setting tents and withered grass on fire. The very instant Lang Dao Shuejin brushed past him, Xiao Qie flipped atop its back. With the back of his blade, he swatted the buttocks of the horse Prince Chu was on and said a deep voice, "Go. Protect His Majesty." Xue Xiuzhua strode over to pull Hai Liangyi away. "Elder Hai, let us go to protect His Majesty." Emperor Xianda gasped for breath. His lips and face were pale. Xue Xiuzhua squatted down to hoist Emperor Xianda over his shoulder and fled from the fire along with the other civil officials. Shi Jiyuan wanted to give chase, but Hua Xiqian pointed directly at Prince Chu and said, "His Majesty's fate is sealed, so there's no need for us to kill or not kill him. But Prince Chu must die tonight. If he escapes, then you and I will be labeled as the traitorous party." Ji Lei, gather the imperial bodyguards and join forces with the 2,000 garrison troops in the city of Tuanqing to surround the hunting grounds. You must kill Prince Chu. Shi Jiyuan, hurry back to the capital at top speed. The 8 Great Training Divisions will take charge of protecting Kudu. By the time he spoke to this point, he had calmed down. We have the imperial heir in our hands, and the Empress Dowager in command. As long Kudu doesn't fall into chaos, even Qi Zhuyin herself will not be able to act rashly if Prince Chu dies. As for the Xiao clan, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with them in the future. The stench of blood on Xiao Qie was thick and heavy. His lips were tightly pursed as he killed everyone in his path the entire journey. Whoever dared to block his way, Lonely Blade would decapitate that person, regardless of whose camp they were in. Li Jianheng's stomach lurched. But he covered his lips and did not dare to puke. The remaining 40 men at the sides were all Xiao Qie's personal guards. The steed under his legs galloped away without a moment's pause. Behind them, the imperial bodyguards followed hot on their tails. Just as their group galloped to the front of the forest, Xiao Qie suddenly commanded, "Scatter." The remaining 40 men tore off their guard attires in unison to reveal riding outfits that were exactly the same as Li Jianheng's. Then, the procession dispersed with a loud clamor and charged into the forest from various spots. With dark clouds shrouding the moon, there was no way anyone could tell the direction in which Prince Chu had fled under the darkness, especially from a distance away. Ji Lei reined in his horse outside the forest and turned his head aside to spit. He said, Surround the hunting grounds. Dig deep and search. If you encounter Xiao II, don't engage him in a one-on-one fight. Form a team of at least 4 men and attack him from all sides. Branches kept whipping across his face, hurting Li Jianheng so much that he kept using his arm to shield his face. The surrounding guards had already dispersed, leaving only Xiao Qie and Chen Yang beside him. Dismount. Xiao Qie lifted Li Jianheng and threw him to the ground to let Chen Yang take over. Li Jianheng tumbled until even his head was soiled with dirt and earth. He said in a plaintive voice, Xian, what are you going to do? Your Highness, please follow me. Chen Yang pulled Li Jianheng up. It's too conspicuous to travel on a horse through the forest. The imperial bodyguards are experts at encirclement and assassination. Riding a horse is like being a live target. We can't take this risk. I'm not leaving. Li Jianheng fearfully yanked his arm back and pleaded, Xian, you are the only one who can protect me. Xiao Qie said, knock him out and carry him away. With that, he turned the horse around without waiting for Li Jianheng to reply and galloped away deeper into the forest. Lightning flashed in the sky, illuminating the sinister forest with layers upon layers of spooky shadows. The sounds of horses' hooves, of blades being drawn, and of men dashing rang out in succession. The only thing missing was the sound of people speaking. A whiff of the impending rainstorm wafted through the dark night. Xiao Qie did not know how long he had been fleeing for. Lang Dao Shuejin gradually came to a halt. Dead silence suddenly descended all around. Raindrops came pelting down from the sky, and a drop shot down before Xiao Qie's eyes. The darkness, amid that soundless drip, looked as if a monstrous creature was creeping slowly out of it. Countless imperial bodyguards stalked towards Xiao Qie like a tightly woven net of oppressive darkness spreading towards him. No one gave orders. Rain pattered down, and the sharp end of a Shochuan blade one sliced through the water droplets. In the twinkling of an eye, it reached the side of Xiao Qie's neck. At the same time Xiao Qie bent his head, Longli blade left its sheath. With a clang, the back of the blade halted the retracting momentum of the Shochuan blade. He pressed Longli blade back into its sheath again. There was an ear-piercing sound of scraping as the damaged sharp edge of the Shochuan blade cracked. Along with its master, it was kicked back. Both tumbled and fell into the rainwater. Numerous figures abruptly leaped up from all 4 sides of his horse. Xiao Qie clapped his palm on the back of the horse. His entire body leaped out of the saddle, and once again, Longli blade left its sheath. This time, the glint of the blade swept across, splitting open skin and flesh in a ring around him. Blood spattered onto his face and trickled down to his chin along with the sound of human bodies dropping. Xiao Qie landed back onto the back of the horse but did not sit on it. Instead, he maintained a crouching posture with the edge of his blade partially sheathed. The sound of breathing. The pattering of rain. In this pitch-dark night where one was as good as blindfolded, Xiao Qie had already used his ears and hearing to its maximum capacity. Not one of the imperial bodyguards who had been wounded earlier made a sound. Those closely woven footsteps circled around him a short distance away, forming an indestructible encirclement with him in its center. He who was impatient right this moment would expose his weakness. Xiao Qie waited in silence, and it was in this moment that Qiao Tianya, who was hiding in the darkness, truly realized what being a lone wolf meant. Xiao Qie was so unhurried and calm that it was as if the more precarious and dangerous the situation he found himself in, the more cool-headed and unpredictable he could be. And that blade of his was the fangs he bared this very night. Qiao Tianya felt a rare sense of restlessness. The source of this fretfulness came from his order not to kill Xiao Qie. It was far harder to trap and thwart this kind of dangerous predator than to kill him. Because more often than not, there was only one chance they had to get close to him. If they could not take him down, then they would end up slaughtered by this man. Qiao Tianya closed his eyes. When he opened them again, ruthlessness brimmed in them. He pulled out his own Shochuan blade and took a step out. The next moment, there was a flash of his figure as he burst into action and hacked down on Xiao Qie's back with a lightning move of his hand. Xiao Qie reversed his blade to parry the blow and turned around to kick Qiao Tianya on his abdomen. The men from the remaining 3 sides slashed their blades down on him in unison. He stopped the blades with one arm, but someone saw an opening on his left and sliced the sharp end of his blade towards his face. Xiao Qie struck his elbow at the side of the blade. The blade swung sideways along with Xiao Qie's elbow as he slammed the other man in the face with it and sent the latter flipping over to the ground. Once again, Xiao Tianya followed closely on his heels. The rain fell in torrents. There was no shouting, only the sound of blades. Rainwater had scrubbed away at Xiao Qie's facial features until they looked all the more ferocious. In this never-ending encirclement, he maintained the acuity that was specific to him and him alone. Time and time again, he warded off the onslaught of assault led by Xiao Tianya, moving in the darkness as though he was treading on thin ice. Xiao Tianya pressed on with his offensive. They were indeed experts at drawn-out encirclement. Was a lone wolf terrifying? They just had to surround him and wear down his patience and calmness into nothingness. He would surely reveal a weak point once they tire him out with their never-ending attacks. Pressure from the intense flurry of blades gradually made Xiao Qie breathless. The downpour masked some of the finer details in the surroundings, like the crossbow being pulled out under the cover of darkness. The more Xiao Qie fought, the more fierce he was. The blood under his blade flowed endlessly. But all of a sudden, Xiao Tianya waved his hand and led the group of black shadows into a withdrawal, plunging Xiao Qie once again into a silence without human voices to rattle his soaring fighting spirit. The rainwater glided across the back of his hands. Xiao Qie could no longer hear the footsteps. Heavy rain drenched him thoroughly. Under him, Lang Dao Shui Jin anxiously treaded its hooves. Twang! The sound from the crossbow trigger was very soft, yet Xiao Qie seemed as though he had heard a deafening sound. He suddenly slapped his horse. Lang Dao Shui Jin leaped away, but he rolled off the horse instead. In a flash, there was a succession of thud, thud, thud as a row of short arrows stabbed into the muddied water behind him. Xiao Qie wiped away the rain on his face, only to hear the sounds of twang from all directions. He leaped up at once and darted away. The irritating footsteps followed him relentlessly. An arrow suddenly grazed Xiao Qie's arm. At the same time a gash of blood materialized, he felt a twinge of numbing itch. Anesthetic. They were really treating him like a violent beast to subdue and capture. There was a dip in the terrain ahead. Xiao Qie sprang up with all his might and leaped across the ditch. He had only just landed on his feet when a sudden gust of chilly wind came assaulting him from the side. Xiao Qie seized the momentum to roll forward as a blade hacked down on the spot he was just at. Before the killer could extract his blade, there was a tightness in his throat as Xiao Qie shoved him down into the muddied water and broke his neck. A jumble of arrows stabbed into the tree trunk beside him. Before Xiao Qie could get up, he was suddenly kicked in the back. Caught by surprise by the man behind him, he tumbled into the undergrowth. But in this brief period of oversight, he braced himself against the ground to steady himself. When Xiao Qie got a clear look at the man before him, he licked away the traces of blood between his teeth and called out to him as though they were lovers, "Oh, Lanju." Shun Zichuan was also bracing himself on the ground with a hand. A thin blade was sandwiched between his fingers. He stared at Xiao Qie in the rain and pounced. Xiao Qie's palm was next to the hilt of his blade. But unexpectedly, Shun Zichuan was already right before him. The latter slapped back Longli blade with one hand and grabbed the front of Xiao Qie's clothes with the other hand to fling him over to the ground. Mud splashed all over. Xiao Qie hooked his arm around the back of Shun Zichuan's neck and turned the freed Longli blade over and sent it slashing towards Shun Zichuan. Shun Zichuan immediately pressed his body down and came face to face with an upside-down Xiao Qie. The instant their eyes met, he struck the side of Longli blade aside with a lighting move of his hand. Blood droplets on the edge of the blade hit his face and slid along his chin to mingle with the rain before dripping onto the center of Xiao Qie's eyebrows. The imperial bodyguards behind closed in on them. Shun Zichuan wanted to lift his body, but Xiao Qie slid his palm up to press him down until they could almost hear each other's breathing. Panting slightly, Xiao Qie said, "You want to court death with me that much?" But Shun Zichuan bowed his head and said, "Even a wolf will not be able to run anymore once struck by an arrow. Your movements have slowed down by so much. You can't go on anymore, can you?" Xiao Qie's fingers teasingly caressed Shun Zichuan's nape. His thumb slipped to Shun Zichuan's Adam's apple and pressed against it forcefully. I can still break a neck like this. The thick growth of grass rustled as a human figure bore his way out of it. Without even looking, Shun Zichuan raised his hand to toss out his blade. The other party instantly collapsed to the ground. The killing intent in Shun Zichuan's eyes did not recede, but he pushed away Xiao Qie's touchy-feely hand and dragged him along with him as he slid down the slope. Xiao Tianya was a little late. By the time he arrived, there were only 2 corpses. He briefly turned them over for a look and plucked the blade from the throat of the dead man. He narrowed his eyes and said, "This doesn't seem to belong to Xiao II. And how did these killers get in? Xiao II is the dog leash to hold Li Bei in check. He cannot die. Wasn't that the fucking consensus?" Chapter 24, Rainy Night. Chapter 24, Rainy Night. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed. Rain poured like curtains of waterfalls. Xiao Tianya stood up and handed the blade to the man behind him to put away. He said, "Xiao II has been hit by an arrow. He won't be able to make his escape." At the bottom of the slope, Xiao Qie and Shun Zichuan lay prone in the mud with bated breath. Right this moment, imperial bodyguards were everywhere around them, and there were also unknown assassins in hiding. It would prove to be harder than ascending to heaven for both men to escape. But breaking through the encirclement was even tougher. The most fatal of all was Xiao Qie. His left arm, which the arrow had grazed, was going numb. In just an hour, the drug would spread throughout his body and paralyze him. Xiao Tianya brushed aside the tousled grass with his foot and saw the messy tracks of footprints. He silently raised his hand and pointed down the slope. Behind him, the imperial bodyguards filed out, crouching as they slowly surrounded and edged towards that sunken ditch. Xiao Qie's body tensed as he listened to the approaching sound of men stepping on mud. The hilt of his blade was pressed against his palm. As long as someone jumped down prematurely, he would immediately leap up like a wolf and end the other party in a single blow. The Xiaochuan blades had already swung their way to the edge of the slope. Xiao Qie suddenly was stopped by Shun Zichuan, who had grabbed hold of his soaked clothes. He shifted his gaze over and saw Shun Zichuan's calm eyes. Right at this moment, several figures suddenly sprang down in the forest to engage the imperial bodyguards in a battle. Xiao Tianya drew his sword at them and saw a flash of flying blades. Following right after, a few imperial bodyguards toppled to the ground. With their morale boosted, the other party instantly pounced. Once chaos descended above them, Shun Zichuan kept away the few remaining blades he had left. Without needing him to say more, Xiao Qie had already leaped to his feet. He climbed along the muddy slope and rolled into the thick growth of grass on the other side. "Catch them!" Xiao Tianya bellowed. The imperial bodyguards streaked across the air in a retreat. Xiao Qie extended and hung his arms up on a tree trunk and swiftly flipped atop it. Below him, Shun Zichuan had only just reached when the imperial bodyguards behind him arrived too. Like a ferocious tiger springing down the mountain, Xiao Qie swiftly hacked down on them with Longli blade like a heated knife cutting through butter, forcing the crowd of imperial bodyguards simultaneously back in a retreat. Xiao Tianya sprang up from behind and brandished his blade to sweep it towards Xiao Qie, who could not retract his own blade in time. Xiao Qie abruptly ducked his head. Then there was a thud as the edge of Xiao Tianya's blade collided into a sheath. Shun Zichuan pressed his sheath against the other blade. With one foot, he stepped onto Xiao Qie's back, whose powerful lift of his own body raised Shun Zichuan's whole body up to close in towards Xiao Tianya. The thin blade between his fingers on his other hand suddenly went a-sailing towards Xiao Tianya's eyes. Xiao Tianya did not dodge. The imperial bodyguards at both sides swiftly cleaved down their blades to obstruct the attack. Having already gotten up, Xiao Qie lifted his leg to kick Xiao Tianya right in the chest. Both parties retreated in unison. Xiao Tianya flung off the droplets of blood on his blade. The locks of hair before his forehead had already been sliced off by Shun Zichuan earlier. Xiao Qie and Shun Zichuan took 2 steps back. Without even saying a word, they turned and ran. Xiao Tianya stared at their backs and said, "Give chase." Xiao Qie reached out an arm to pull over Shun Zichuan and said, "East." Shun Zichuan brushed aside the stray branches and said, There's one man in every 5 steps and a squad in every 10. Not to forget there's still the Tuanshan garrison troops in the east. Xiao Qie slowly retracted his arm. He said resolutely and decisively, the east is the way out. The gate of death is right before us. Shun Zichuan backhandedly tossed out his blade, and the soldier hiding in an ambush in the tree promptly fell headfirst to the ground. When Shun Zichuan passed by him, he conveniently extracted the other party's Shochuan blade. Xiao Qie backhandedly grasped the hilt of his blade. The next moment, he sliced through the pitch-black night to hold up 2 blades in the rain. He had already lost all sensations in his left arm. Even the fingers on his right hand were now slightly stiff. It would be a tough battle tonight. Shun Zichuan brandished his blade to slay the man, then kicked over the body. As Xiao Qie strode forward, he staggered. He suddenly pressed his chest against Shun Zichuan's back and brought him tumbling into the billowing waves of grass and rolling into the stream. The rain was still falling, and penetratingly cold water scoured their bodies. Xiao Qie's heavy breathing weighed down beside Shun Zichuan's neck, forming a bizarre duality of scalding heat and icy cold. Killing me won't do you any good. Propping himself on Longli blade, Xiao Qie raised his body a little. So I'm counting on you for the rest of the journey. Shun Zichuan wiped his face with the stream water and said, there's no point in saving you either. You are here to look for Prince Chu. When Xiao Qie heard him, he pinned him down again. What's to be done? The imperial bodyguards can't ferret him out either. Only I know where he is. You have already missed your opportunity. No doubt the Empress Dowager will fail tonight. Dote on me. I'm your way out. Shun Zichuan looked back, and the tips of both men's noses came face to face with each other. He said coolly, I'll hack you to death. We can all just die together. You expended so much effort to get out of imprisonment. Xiao Qie said, just to die with me in the name of love. You might as well use that mouth to have a chat with Qiao Tianya. Shun Zichuan grasped hold of Xiao Qie's hands with his icy fingertips. The next instant, Longli blade swept back and beat the pursuing troops back for a moment. Having received an opening, Shun Zichuan lifted his leg to shove Xiao Qie aside. He grabbed Shochuan blade with one hand, carried Longli blade in the other, and calmed his panting caused by the sprint earlier. Put that life of yours on account. Shun Zichuan looked as Qiao Tianya dashed closer to them and tightened his grip on the blade. After tonight, I'm your master. Snow-white light glinted in the ink-like night. Without giving Qiao Tianya the chance to speak, Shun Zichuan slashed down on him head-on. Sprays of water splashed along with his footsteps. Every single one of Shun Zichuan's blow was deadly. As blades collided, the edge of his Shochuan blade was damaged. Qiao Tianya flung it aside with his own blade and sent it flying. The two men instantly separated. Shun Zichuan's empty left hand soaked in the stream water, which washed away the blood that had trickled down. A beauty should sit high behind a curtain in a pavilion. Qiao Tianya looked as though he had caught a whiff of some scent. Carrying a blade will hurt the hands. What if you break them? Shun Zichuan weighed Longli blade with his right hand. Isn't breaking my hands and legs just the thing to make me compliant? There is a kind of people in this world who cannot be provoked. Qiao Tianya said. Men like you who can even be ruthless to your own self. Shun Zichuan strode forward to attack. Longli blade was heavy, so he could not wield it smoothly and effortlessly enough. But being heavy had its own advantage. Just like how Qiao Tianya was now too occupied to counteract his blows as he relied on the forcefulness of the Ji-clan blade technique to hack away at the former. As Qiao Tianya retreated, the pressure almost made him fold over backwards. However, the moment he drew near to the stream, he had an ill sense of foreboding. Sure enough, he saw Shun Zichuan's injured left hand suddenly splashed up from the water. The dirty mud spattered into Qiao Tianya's eyes, causing him to momentarily expose a weak point. Then, his chest received yet another heavy blow as Shun Zichuan kicked him down and sent him crashing into the stream. When reinforcements arrived, Shun Zichuan retreated a few steps. He would definitely not persist in engaging in combat, so he started dragging Xiao Qie in an attempt to leave. How could he have expected Xiao Qie to be so tall with such long legs that he could barely hoist him away? The search intensified, and time passed particularly slowly. Everyone they found in the entire forest was all smokescreens. What's more, they were well-trained men who would give their lives for the cause. Once they fell into the imperial bodyguards' hands, they would take their own lives by biting off their tongues to deny Ji Lei of the chance to interrogate them. Exactly where was Prince Chu? Only Xiao Qie knew. Little bastard. Somewhat frustrated, Ji Lei rose to his feet to survey the place. Get Tuancheng garrison troop search along the hunting ground. Shun Zichuan climbed out of the water and dragged Xiao Qie out. But this slope was too steep. He bit down on Xiao Qie's back collar and hauled, finally dragging him up. The wound on Shun Zichuan's left hand bled incessantly. He tore his clothes, rinsed it in the water, and wrapped it around the wound. Xiao Qie leaned against the moss-covered rock and said, "There's a handkerchief in my bosom." Shun Zichuan reached into the clothes on his chest and fished out a handkerchief that was a pile of mud. He squeezed out all the muddy water onto Xiao Qie's chest. Xiao Qie asked, "When will the effects of this drug pass?" 2 hours. Soon. Crouching in a tree is better than taking cover in the water. Xiao Qie looked at him and saw that he was soaked to the skin. His back collar was slightly open, and there were still specks of mud on his neck. The contrast between them was very. The imperial bodyguards have offices for domesticating beasts. Animals can smell the scent of blood. As Shun Zichuan spoke, he lowered his head and took a light sniff of the fingertip that had bled earlier. Very seductive. Xiao Qie watched him. What sorcery was this? This man was still wielding a blade to kill earlier, and he wasn't acting like a woman, so why had he thought of such a term? He must have really been possessed by Li Jianheng. Harp, harp, harp. The latter had kept harping on and on about this every day that even he himself had come to think and see it this way, just like those old men in Kudu with their special fetishes. Your swordsmanship is pretty good. Xiao Qie's gaze looked as though they could peel off Shun Zichuan's back collar. You must have trained hard in the temple. And yet one can't tell from your body's physical appearance alone. Did you use medicine on yourself? Shun Zichuan looked askance at him. Following his gaze, he raised his hand to touch the back of his neck. He asked in response, "How many times a day do you have to look at it? Are you that obsessed with it?" Xiao Qie licked the residual taste of blood with the tip of his tongue and said, "The way you put it is so ambiguous. You make it sound like I'm a lecherous ghost." Shun Zichuan reached over and covered Xiao Qie's face with the dirty handkerchief and said, "I thought you only fool around with women and courtesans. I never expect you to have a taste for both men and women." Xiao Qie said, "What's this flirting? This second young master just wants you to wipe the mud off your neck. Do you want me to wipe it?" With the handkerchief serving as a partition, Shun Zichuan's fingertip stopped between Xiao Qie's eyebrows. "Or do you want to wipe it for me?" Icy cold rainwater trickled down along his fingers and dripped between Xiao Qie's eyebrows. As if they had fully absorbed that alluring temptation, the droplets that dripped all blossomed into ripples of water that flowed tide after tide into his collar, stirring up in him a wet, ticklish restlessness. Xiao Qie wanted very much to drink some water. At the same time, he wanted Shun Zichuan to stay a little farther away from him. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "You sure are something. You think too much." Shun Zichuan tightened his collar around him, held his blade, and spoke no further. The rain gradually abated. The barking of hounds in the woods rang out from afar. Neither man moved. This rock was propped against the side of the stream, and it was covered with shrubs above. It was an exceptionally small and narrow hiding place, large enough for just one man. Xiao Qie waited for quite a while, listening as the man leading the hound closed in on them. Shun Zichuan wedged Longli blade in midair and crouched over to climb his way in from below. Xiao Qie felt a weight on his body as that man edged along his legs to his chest. Both men squeezed, body to body, into this narrow space. Xiao Qie could feel the heat of their thighs rubbing against each other when the other man straddled him. He could also feel the latter's breathing as he leaned in close beside his temple. Xiao Qie covered his eyes. In the darkness, he could freely visualize Shun Zichuan's posture. He could not shake off the image of that white-as-lotus-root neck either. "I beg of you." Xiao Qie sighed. "Sit on my stomach. Don't sit farther down." Shun Zichuan did not move, because the rustling sound above came closer. Xiao Qie adjusted his breathing. But if he raised his head up in this posture, he could touch Shun Zichuan's chin. Move down a little, and the tip of his nose could nuzzle along the contour of that neck. Shun Zichuan was originally listening attentively to the movements when he suddenly lifted Xiao Qie's handkerchief to look at him without saying a word. Xiao Qie was also looking at Shun Zichuan. He did not know if the scent of blood tonight had gone to his head, or whatever it was that was going on. In any case, that gradually hardening part of his was pressing up against the man above. It made both men uncomfortable. Fabrics that had been soaked through by rainwater clung so closely to their skins that it was akin to physical contact between bare skins. It was as if he shifted just a little more, he would be intentionally creating friction to ignite a fire. The hound above was still sniffing around. Chapter 25, Daybreak. Chapter 25, Daybreak. Human feet trampled over the shrubbery. As though it had smelled something, the hound nudged aside the branches and leaves with its snout and pawed at the ground. Shun Zichuan was doused with dirt all over his neck. Moving up or down were both out of the question, so he could only remain frozen in position. Xiao Qie felt even more uncomfortable. This posture made it hard for him to loosen up. Every single moment, he was in constant contact with firm, delicate skin. The man riding on his body was not a person at all, but a mass of clouds enveloping him like wet mist, ubiquitous and all-pervasive. This atmosphere whipped him up. The place he had not relieved for a long time remained in high spirits. It was so hard he just wanted to take a cold shower right at once. Raindrops splashed his hair wet. In this endless stalemate, Xiao Qie finally regained some of his strength. His fingers twitched as the sense of numbness slowly receded. The man above their heads finally moved away, but Shun Zichuan's tensed body did not relax. Pressing up against each other in a corner of this danger zone turned it into another precarious situation concerning their safety in another way. Keeping his cool, Xiao Qie did not shift his eyes away. He could not look away. He only had to show just a fraction of evasiveness and it would look like he really had a thing for Shun Zichuan. "You are pressing me too tightly," Xiao Qie said nonchalantly. Shun Zichuan did not reply. For the first time, Xiao Qie knew how to read the words, "He who rides a tiger finds it difficult to dismount." He wanted to raise his head and gasp for air, but he did not do so, because doing so would look like he was a rascal who was too impatient to even wait. He swore that he did not have that intention. It was just that they were too close to each other. He was instinctively bewitched by this minute touch and distinctive scent, and his body consequently submitted to the impulses of his bestial desires. Xiao Qie felt Shun Zichuan sliding down along his chest. The very instant Shun Zichuan separated from him, he breathed out a light sigh of relief as if he had been relieved of a huge burden. But before he was done heaving his sigh of relief, his collar tightened around him. His person rose, scraping against the moss before he was hurled into the stream without warning. Before Xiao Qie landed in the water, he backhandedly grasped hold of Shun Zichuan's wrists. Then he lifted his leg to hook and trip Shun Zichuan. Just as Shun Zichuan fell into the stream too, Xiao Qie rolled over, lifted Shun Zichuan's wrists, and heavily pinned him under his body. "We have already done the amorous stuff." An uncompromising Xiao Qie refused to let Shun Zichuan move. "Isn't it too unrighteous to raise your hand at me now?" The 10 fingers on both of Shun Zichuan's clasped hands were slightly parted, and his hair scattered in the water. He could only gasp for breath with his chin slightly raised. Pulling at the corners of his lips slightly, he said, "It's not a good choice to force yourself upon others. I don't have that intention." Xiao Qie itched so much to crush every word into pieces with his teeth. Shun Zichuan pressed his knee against him and looked at him with a meaningful gaze. With a hint of forbearance in Xiao Qie's expression, he hung his head down and shook his dripping wet hair. The water droplets spattered over Shun Zichuan's face. Without waiting for Shun Zichuan to react, he had already reached out his hand to rub the back of Shun Zichuan's neck ruthlessly and stubbornly until that bit of mud that was always on his mind was all but rubbed away. Then, he fastened Shun Zichuan's collar tightly and securely around him. "Rainy nights are wet and cold." Xiao Qie loosened his grip on Shun Zichuan and stepped down from his body. "Take care of your body." With that, He dunked his head into the water without giving Shen Zichuan a chance to reply. Water droplets slid down and dripped when he raised his head up again, and he had already more or less calmed down. Splashing a handful of water, Xiao Qie grasped his blade up with penetrating eyes and said, "It's almost dawn. Let's go." Ji Lei noticed that the day was about to break, yet they still had yet to find the man. He could not help but increasingly fret. Qiao Tianya peeled away the collar of the dead soldier, but he did not find any traces. "This batch of men are Xiao II's men." Qiao Tianya squatted down and pondered it. "Every move of his in Kudu cannot escape our eyes. When did he come to raise these kinds of formidable soldiers who have no fear of death? Finding him now is the top priority." Ji Lei looked toward the northwest of Kudu. The 8 great training divisions should have already taken control of all the main city gates of Kudu. "We mustn't lose our heads." Looking at Ji Lei's hand that had never once left his blade, Qiao Tianya felt that his restlessness was definitely not just because Xiao II and Prince Chu had yet to be found. It seemed as though there was another reason. Xiao II is the life-saving token. Qiao Tianya maintained his composure and watched Ji Lei. "Yet there are other assassins thrown into the mix tonight. Does Your Excellency have any idea? The number of people the Xiao clan has offended isn't small. Someone wants to fish in troubled waters." Ji Lei suddenly stared at Qiao Tianya. "How would I know who it is?" Qiao Tianya spontaneously spread his hands out and said, "We can't find Xiao II at present. Your Excellency, he must have come prepared, that's why he has slipped from our fingers the entire night. It's almost dawn now, and he has played us into running around in circles. It seems more like we have fallen into his trap." "Fallen into his trap?" Ji Lei furrowed his brows. "I'm afraid the reason he put himself in danger is to delay time." Qiao Tianya stood up and looked out into the grassland in the distance. "My guess is that he has reinforcements. The troops on all 4 sides have not moved. So where is his reinforcement from?" Qiao Tianya did not answer, because he did not know either. Shi Jiyuan rode his horse back to the capital and found it silent all around when he entered the city gates. With his doubts roused, he drew his blade while on horseback and asked his deputy general, "Are there any anomalies in Kudu tonight?" The deputy general came over to lead the horse. Seeing his nervous expression, he replied, "No, it's all as usual." Shi Jiyuan said, "Gather the men. Except for those on strict guard duty at the various city gates, all the rest will follow me to encircle and defend the palace." With that, he spurred his horse on towards the palace. His wife and son were still in the palace. As long as the night was not over, the Empress Dowager would definitely not let him see his wife and son. So even if he had to risk his own life, he had to ensure the Empress Dowager's safety. The deputy general went to deploy his men, but as he led the patrol squad, he came across a group of drunken men from the Imperial Army. The 8 great training divisions had always looked down upon the Imperial Army. Without getting off his horse, he brandished the whip and cursed, "Scram." The vice commander of the Imperial Army was a man with a blade scar on his face. After getting lashed, he unexpectedly grinned and rolled at the hooves of the horse. He shouted, "We are both a part of the garrison guard system. 3 my rank is a little higher than yours. Why did you hit me? How dare you hit me?" The deputy general sneered, "Lowlife pests of the government coffers. For Scram. Don't hold up the 8 great training divisions from important business." The man swiftly turned and rose to his feet in a single move and smiled malevolently at the deputy general. He said, "Important business? The Imperial Army is the important business you will get a taste of tonight." He had only just said that when the Imperial Army, whom had been in various stages of drunkenness, drew their swords in unison. The deputy general reined in his horse in shock. The rows of men behind him already had their throats slit. The deputy general snapped, "Is this a rebellion?" The 8 great training, the glint from a blade flashed before him, and he instantly fell off the back of his horse. His blood spilled over the ground. The man kicked the deputy general's head aside and wiped his blade clean on the deputy general's chest. He said in a steady voice, "Keep daydreaming. The political situation has changed. It's time for my Imperial Army to piss on your heads from the top." Faint white lines appeared on the horizon. Sunrise was fast approaching. Xiao Tianya hurriedly drank some water and tossed the water bag 5 in passing to the man behind him. He wiped his mouth and said, "Keep searching." But then, after he took a few steps, something clicked in his mind. He suddenly turned his head and carefully sized up the subordinates behind him. Where was Prince Chu hiding? There was no way he could have escaped out of here, so why had they been unable to find him? Because they had been pursuing Prince Chu all night, but it was possible that Prince Chu had already become an imperial bodyguard. Xiao Tianya instantly gave his order. Inspect the waste tokens. 6 Everyone on the duty record tonight must be verified face to face. Check now. The imperial bodyguards removed their waste tokens and presented them without exception to the judge to authenticate against their faces. The judge 7 checked each token and swept a glance across each man it belonged to. He conducted his check with his photographic memory until the very end of the line. Waste token. The judge raised his eyes and stared at the other party like an eagle. Hand your waste token over. The other party pushed his waste token onto the tray, and the imperial bodyguard leaning closely next to him suddenly began to tremble. The latter hung his head down, not daring to raise it. The judge did not seem to notice. Using his brush, he drew a tick in the book and said, "Which bureau?" Chen Yang replied, "Office of Ceremonial Swords 8. I haven't seen you during a mission." The judge said, "First time?" Li Jianheng trembled so much that Chen Yang knew they could not escape this. He remained unruffled and said, "Strangers at the first meeting, friends at the second. You will find me familiar enough after seeing me a few more times." The judge pointed at Li Jianheng with the brush and said, "Waste token." Li Jianheng did not manage to pull it off even after a few attempts. The judge smiled and reached a hand out as if to remove the token for him. The moment the judge extended his hand, Chen Yang's body tensed. Who would have expected Li Jianheng to have already lost heart? As the judge moved, Li Jianheng flinched back holding his head and cried out involuntarily, "Don't hurt me." Oh, shit. Right at this critical moment, they suddenly heard a shrill whistle. Following right after, a horse with a white chest and black back unexpectedly galloped out of the forest. As the day broke, the gerfalcon finally led the way back, circling in the air towards them. Hua Xiqian heard the movements and saw a troop of military forces galloping across the grassland towards them in an attack. He asked in a stern tone, "The 8 great training divisions?" But these men had no insignia on their armors. They did not even carry banners. Knowing that the time had come, Chen Yang immediately supported Prince Chu and said in a loud voice, "Under the protection of the Imperial Army, all those who bear swords before His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will be slain. Move back now." Hua Xiqian took 2 steps forward in disbelief. He looked back and shouted, "Prince Chu is being held hostage by traitors. What are you all waiting for?" Li Jianheng had no way to retreat. Seeing the judge pounce on him, he could not help but yell. A long blade that was suddenly tossed out from the forest stabbed into the ground right before Li Jianheng. Xiao Qie leaped down, took off his waist token, and threw it into the tray. He said a deep voice, "With the main forces bringing up the rear, who still dares to move?" Ji Lei had just arrived riding his horse. On seeing this, he bellowed too, "What a load of bullshit." Just a mere imperial army, the gerfalcon landed on Xiao Qie's shoulder. Xiao Qie stroked the gerfalcon as though he was rewarding it. He said, "If old Ji has the balls to, then try." Ji Lei looked towards the grassland again. The vanguards of the imperial army had already arrived. Yet there seemed to be no end to the long stretch of military forces behind. The Chidong Tsangjuan commandery banner suddenly unfurled, and he saw that the one at the head of the galloping horses was precisely Qi Zhuyin. Hua Xiqian retreated several steps, holding on to Pan Rugi, and said in a hoarse voice, "The letter to Chidong has been intercepted." How could they so soundlessly, if all the letters in the kudu have to go through the hands of the imperial bodyguards? Xiao Qie kept away his blade. Then how troublesome would that be? Seeing that the situation was beyond salvation, Hua Xiqian sat on the ground and murmured, "The Empress Dowager is still around. The Empress Dowager is advanced in years. In order to take care of her health, she has already handed all matters pertaining to the patrol and defense of Kudu to the Imperial Army to take charge. Xiao Qiye had run for the entire night, and now, he pulled up Li Jianheng and said, "Your Highness has been on the move all night. It has been hard on you." Qi Zhuin's horse had already arrived. She turned to dismount and kneeled to Li Jianheng to pay her obeisances. She said loudly, "Your Highness, do not worry. The 200,000 military forces under Qidong's command are on full alert. This subject, Qi Zhuyin, will go all out to ensure the safety of your Highness." As if he was in a dream, Li Jianheng looked blankly at Qi Zhuyin, then looked to his left and right. Qiao Tianya was the most discerning and astute. Seeing that the outcome was a foregone conclusion, he immediately kneeled. As soon as he did so, the imperial bodyguards discarded their blades and kneeled down one after another in succession. Li Jianheng clenched his empty palms as though he was clutching on to some life-saving straw. He practically wept with joy. The tears in his eyes trickled down even while he was still muttering, "Now that I'm the crown prince, I'll surely heavily reward everyone's great kindness in the future." Chapter 26, Frost. Chapter 26, Frost. Imperial concubine Wei was on tenterhooks as she walked. Seeing the unfamiliar palace walls around her, she could not help but ask in fear, "Gong Gong, why aren't we there yet? Where is the Empress Dowager?" The eunuch walking ahead ignored her. Imperial concubine Wei's hair stood on end in this quiet and secluded place. She stopped in her tracks, then feigned a stomachache and stirred up a ruckus about wanting to head back. She had never seen this eunuch leading the way before. He looked unfamiliar and young. The eunuch turned his head back to look at her and said in a gentle voice, "We will be there soon. Support Imperial concubine Wei as she walks. We mustn't let Nyang fall." The eunuchs on both sides immediately held on to Imperial concubine Wei to support her. Imperial concubine Wei started to struggle. She raised her voice to yell, but was gagged. The eunuchs nimbly hoisted her up and speedily walked on ahead. There was a well in the deserted courtyard, with some water remaining at the bottom of the well. The eunuch craned his head to look and said, "Right here. Send Nyang in." Imperial concubine Wei struggled with all her might, and her well-maintained fingernails scratched the arm of the leading eunuch. Her bun was disheveled as she shook her head and sobbed while clinging to the edge of the well. The eunuch stroked her pretty hand and told the men in a pitying voice to lift the stone. Then, a plop startled away the birds on the branch over the vermilion wall. Emperor Xianda lay inside the horse carriage, while Li Jianheng kneeled by his side holding a medicine bowl in his hands. Emperor Xianda's breathing was so weak that he could not even cough. He beckoned to Li Jianheng. The latter quickly put aside the medicine bowl and moved over on his knees. He said, "Imperial elder brother, are you feeling better?" Emperor Xianda placed his hand on the back of Li Jianheng's hand and said laboriously, "Jianheng, your younger brother one is here." Li Jianheng started crying again. He said, "Your younger brother is right here." The former emperor, in his later years, was impeded by others. At that time, the crown prince of the Eastern Palace was my eldest brother, while I, Emperor Xianda, looked at him. I was like you, an idle prince. The ways of the world are unpredictable. In the end, this empire fell into my hands. But ever since I ascended to the throne, I have been under control. Every move I make is just like a puppet before a screen. If Imperial Mother wants me to laugh, then I have to laugh. If she wants me to die, then I must now die. Li Jianheng choked with tears. Emperor Xianda said, "In the future, you will become that lonely man too all at once." Li Jianheng burst into tears. He held Emperor Xianda's hand and pleaded, "Imperial elder brother, how could I be him? I'm just a worm in this Li clan's empire. How am I up to sitting at the peak? Imperial elder brother, I'm scared, I'm so scared." "Don't be." With a sudden burst of energy, Emperor Xianda held Li Jianheng's hand tightly and opened his eyes wide. "You are different from me. The Empress Dowager's kin 3 have lost. There's only death left for Hua Xiqian. Likewise for Pan Rugi. If you kill them, then the Empress Dowager will have no one left to aid her. From then on, power will fall back to you, and you will be the ruler of all lands under heaven. What I couldn't do, you can." Emperor Xianda started coughing so violently that he trembled all over. Unwilling to release Li Jianheng, he continued with blood in his mouth. Eliminate the Empress Dowager's kin and supervise the court officials. The Hua clan has lost. And something else, you must bear in mind. Allow no one to sleep too soundly in the bed of imperial power, for those who save you today can kill you tomorrow. Military power is like a fierce tiger. Xiao, Emperor Xianda vomited fresh blood, throwing Li Jianheng into a panic. Never, Emperor Xianda gasped for breath and gripped Li Jianheng so hard that the latter hurt. Never ever, release. Yi, never ever release Yi back to Libei. It did not matter if he was a rich young master or an extraordinary talent. As long as he was here, the Xiao clan was just a dog. Even though the Empress Dowager's kin have been defeated, it did not mean that the frontier would not assemble their own personal army and consolidate their power to challenge the central administration. Without the Hua clan, who else could hold the Xiao clan in check? Since Xiao Qie had the disposition to be able to endure it in silence for 5 whole years to transform the imperial army from a degenerate bunch into remarkable soldiers, then imagine if they gave him another 5 more years before letting him return to Libei. Would he not become a menace then? Li Jianheng said blankly, Imperial elder brother. How can we do that? Imperial elder brother, strip him of his power 5 and reduce his troops. Emperor Xianda said weakly. When necessary, kill him. Li Jianheng saw him close his eyes and instantly wailed. Even before his death, Emperor Xianda never released his hand. The resentment and gloom in his expression never once dissipated. He ascended to the throne for 9 years, and he had never made a decision even once before the Empress Dowager. It was the Empress Dowager who had the final say over his meals, clothing, expenses, and even the choice of woman to spend the night in his chamber. The craziest move he had ever made in this life was to communicate secretly with Chidong and draw Shi Jiyuan over to his side to pave, at the hunting grounds, what seemed like a smooth way to the throne for Li Jianheng. The long procession on their way back stopped, and tremendous cries of grief and sorrow rang out. Dense mass of ministers kneeled. Hai Liangyi took the lead in shedding tears and choking with sobs. He cried out, Your Majesty, and this was the last of Emperor Xianda's honor. The funeral bell in Kudu tolled for a very long time, and the entire country wept bitter tears. Empress Dowager Hua sat on the couch and fed Emperor Xianda's parrot. Listening to the sound of the bell, the parrot shouted, Jianyun, Jianyun. Jianyun is back. The Eastern Pearls 7 beside Empress Dowager Hua's ears swayed slightly as she nodded and said, Jianyun is back. The parrot then shouted, Imperial Mother, Imperial Mother. Empress Dowager Hua remained motionless as she tapped her wooden spoon. The white hair in the slanting shadow could no longer be covered up, and the fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes looked like the cracks on valuable porcelain. The parrot shouted a few more times before it suddenly fell headlong into the cage and went permanently still. Empress Dowager Hua set aside the wooden spoon and sat quietly until the sound of the bell stopped. Only then she said, Where's Imperial concubine Wei? Why is she taking so long to come? Because of Emperor Xianda, Xiao Qie was so busy after returning to the capital that he could hardly get a breather. For several days, he kneeled together with the other officials. By the time he could really get to lie down, he was already exhausted. But even though he was dead beat, he still had to bathe. As Xiao Qie wiped his body, he saw that the scrapes and grazes on his shoulders had already scabbed over. He put on a new robe and came out to ask Chen Yang, Where is that man? This time, Chen Yang knew who he meant. He replied, The imperial bodyguards are being reorganized, so he has to re-enlist these few days. He didn't even go home much. I'm asking, Xiao Qie said, Where is Ji Lei? Who are you talking about? Chen Yang scratched his head a little abashedly and said, Oh, Ji Lei. He's been detained. He should be executed by beheading after the new emperor ascends to the throne. Viceroy, weren't you the one who locked that man up? Xiao Qie put on his outer garment and said in all seriousness, I forgot. Shun Zichuan, Ji Qingqing and Xiaowu were eating their noodles at the noodle stall. When they were halfway through the meal, Xiaowu suddenly stared fixedly ahead. Shun Zichuan turned his head back and saw Xiao Qie tossing some silver to the proprietor. He then lifted his robe to sit beside him and said, 2 bowls of noodles. Xiaowu slurped his noodles down. Holding the bowl, he shuffled on his butt away to another table like a timid quail. Under Xiao Qie's gaze, Ji Qingqing took his bowl and moved away too. Shun Zichuan picked at his noodles and said, "I'm full. Finish it." Xiao Qie pulled out a pair of chopsticks and clamped them at Shun Zichuan. "Afraid to see me? Look at how anxious you are to flee." "Of course." Shun Zichuan slowly took the last bite. "Anyone who gets pinned down once should be afraid. You made your escape pretty fast that other day we were protecting the emperor." Xiao Qie's noodles came, and he poured vinegar into it. "It was such a good opportunity for you to get a promotion. Why did you run?" "I did nothing of the sort." Shun Zichuan blew at the soup and drank it. "So why join in the fun?" Xiao Qie started eating his noodles. When he was almost finished, he suddenly piped up, "Come to think of it, you squatted behind me that night for a long time, didn't you? Who to choose? Why not play it by ear? If Shi Jiyuan took down Kudu, you will give me a stab. If Shi Jiyuan didn't, you will give me a hand. Keeping an eye on the perfect opportunity was just to wait for me to fall that one time before you would make your move. Then you're lucky." Shun Zichuan inclined his head and smiled, "You're still alive." Xiao Qie said, "You couldn't be the one who shot that arrow at me, could you? If I weren't in a perilous situation, then how could your favor have appeared all the more significant? I didn't even ask for anything in return for the great favor I did." Shun Zichuan said, "Why are you still thinking that I'm plotting against you? It's not asking for anything in return that's the problem." Xiao Qie did not seem to have eaten his fill. He set aside his chopsticks and said, "That day you dare not appear before Prince Chu, was it because you were afraid of Ji Lei, or because you were afraid Hua Xiqian would blurt out something?" Shun Zichuan stacked his copper coins neatly, then leaned close to Xiao Qie to whisper, "Wrong. I was afraid of you." Xiao Qie parroted, "Afraid of me? That hardness, man." The human voices around him seemed far away. All that remained in Xiao Qie's ears was this warm puff of hard. Because of this word, he realized that Shun Zichuan was wearing a fastened collar today which half surrounded that neck, denying him of the chance to eye it wantonly again. His expression underwent a few changes, then he looked at Shun Zichuan and squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth, "Don't worry. The second young master has come of age now too." Shun Zichuan sat back upright. "Time to get a wife. Your second young master has more tricks to play than you." Seeing that he was about to leave, Xiao Qie grasped his wrist to forbid him from standing up. He said, "You are always wanting to leave before I'm done talking. That's against the rules. And you're always laying your hand on me at every turn." Shun Zichuan said, "Tell me again about the rules." Xiao Qie released his hand and said, "I'll repay you for the friendly sentiment. Call me master and I'll consider it repaid." Shun Zichuan said, "But you have to return me the thing." Xiao Qie said, "Surely you don't want me to keep chasing after you for the thumb ring, right?" Shun Zichuan tossed the bone thumb ring to him without demur. Xiao Qie caught it and said suspiciously, "What kind of conspiracy is this? To think you would return it the moment I said it." "The way honest people handle matters," Shun Zichuan said, "is just that straightforward." At this point, there was nothing more to say. Xiao Qie watched Shun Zichuan rise to his feet as he turned the thumb ring around with his fingertips. Somehow, he found it too easy. "Going home?" he asked behind him. "It's my turn to be on duty tomorrow. The imperial bodyguards have been reshuffled." "So what duty are you talking about?" Xiao Qie said, "Winter is a difficult time. Take care. Small fry like me drift with the current and go with the flow." Shun Zichuan turned around. "The one who should take care isn't me." Xiao Qie touched his knuckles and said, "And while you are at it, send my regards to Ji Gangshifu." Shun Zichuan's leg that had already taken a step forward paused in mid-action as he swiftly stared towards him. Xiao Qie wore his thumb ring properly and jested, "Lanju, want to go and play together?" Chapter 27, Autumn Chill. Chapter 27, Autumn Chill. Shun Zichuan immediately smiled and said, "This is no big secret anyway. Goodbye. Why don't hear me out first?" Xiao Qie was in a good mood after recovering his lost thumb ring. "Since Ji Gang is your master, then we are fellow disciples. I'm older than you, so it wouldn't put you at a disadvantage to call me Shixiang. The Ji clan has nothing to do with Li Bei. Shun Zichuan's mind quickly recalled his fight with Xiao Qie in the snow 5 years ago. Back then, he had felt a sense of familiarity that kept bugging him. Not necessarily so. Xiao Qie said, "It's hard to say for sure when it comes to stuff like affinity." Shun Zichuan gestured to Ji Qingqing and Xiaowu and sat back down beside Xiao Qie. He said, "You checked Ji Qingqing out." "I can't forget it." Xiao Qie looked at him. 5 years ago, he fled so fast. 5 years later, he's close to you. How could I not get suspicious of something so glaring? So I took the opportunity to check him out and managed to dig out all about him. What do you want to do? Shun Zichuan asked with a smile. Nothing. Xiao Qie raised a finger to point and tap at Shun Zichuan's eyes. There's no need for you to force a smile. We could be considered sworn friends in life and death. So there's no point in putting on an act of bravado. Your mind is already troubled. Afraid now, huh? Shun Zichuan said, not quite there yet. Xiao Qie reversed his chopsticks and tapped the table intermittently. He said, since Ji Gang is your shifu, then it makes sense for the imperial bodyguards led by Ji Qingqing to spare your life back then. You are over-suspicious. Shun Zichuan looked at the brown oil stain accumulated on the tabletop. Just because that kick didn't kill me, your suspicions were roused, and you kept probing into it. You are really dogged. That's all the virtues I have. Xiao Qie said, and I use them all on you. Since we are from the same school of martial arts, Shun Zichuan said, it wouldn't do for you not to report your shifu's name, right? Bored stiff, Xiao Qie tossed the chopsticks back into the bamboo holder and said, let's hear you call me Shixiang first. Shun Zichuan said nothing. Xiao Qie said, Ji Gang could be considered a real man. I sent someone to Duanzhou to make inquiries. Everyone thought he was burned to death. Was he the one who killed Xiaofuzi? Nope. Shun Zichuan righted the chopstick holder. My shifu is already advanced in age. How could he have killed him? A slight wind rose right then. Neither man moved. Xiao Qie said, you looked like you have done nothing. Yet I feel as if you have done everything. Whether I did it or not, all of you will not let me go. Propping himself on his stool, Shun Zichuan turned to Xiao Qie and smiled slowly. He said softly, then why don't I do all the bad things so that you are justified in hating me? The next day. It was only when Xiao Qie entered the palace that he learned imperial concubine Wei was dead. Li Jianheng had already changed his attire. These days, he had cried until he looked wan and sallow. Seated in a high position, he said, they said she slipped and fell into the well. They didn't find her body until last night. This slip was really too coincidental. Seeing no one around, Li Jianheng asked in a whisper, Xian, don't tell me it's you. Xiao Qie shook his head. Li Jianheng seemed relieved. He fidgeted in his seat and said, now that I live in the palace, I can see the eunuchs the moment I open my eyes at night. It's rather scary. They used to call Pan Rugi Larozuzong one and now this Larozuzong is still locked up in prison. Xian, do you think they will hate me? He let loose a stream of grumbles, and they were all about how afraid he was. In the end, he got Xiao Qie to transfer the imperial army over first to take over the key duty of the palace patrol. Xiao Qie naturally would not refuse. He stayed for a moment and listened as Li Jianheng said, Li Bei has sent a message saying that the Prince of Li Bei and your eldest brother are on the way here. Xian, you'll be able to see them in a few more days. Li Jianheng was somewhat playing up to him. To think he had to be even more timid than he was in the past, right before he was about to become the master of the lands under heaven. That insufferable arrogance of his seemed to have been worn away during the autumn hunt. He had already understood who was in power. Xiao Qie did not intend to accept the reward bestowed upon him. His wish was something Li Jianheng could not be any more clearer about. But to date, Li Jianheng had said nothing about letting him back to Li Bei. Xiao Qie's expression remained impassive, but his heart sank. 5 days later, the Prince of Li Bei entered Kudu. That day, the autumn rain continued uninterrupted. Xiao Qie rode his horse out of the city early in the morning and stood in the pavilion where he had seen them off back then. After waiting for 4 hours, he finally saw several flying eagles materializing out of the sky. The Meng on his shoulder instantly grew excited and charged into the rain to hover and catch up with its brothers and sisters. The armored cavalry galloped over in the rain, looking much like a stroke of thick ink in the water sweeping towards Xiao Qiye. Without waiting for the armored cavalry to come nearer, he flipped out of the pavilion and dashed up in the rain to greet them. "Father." Sitting on his horse, Xiao Jiming laughed aloud and said to his father before him, "He looks so tall and strong now. But the moment he sees father, he shows his real self." Xiao Fengshu took off his bamboo hat and leaned over to rap on Xiao Qiye's head. He scrutinized him for a moment and said, "You've grown taller." Xiao Qiye grinned and said, "That's right, Dage is almost going to be half a head shorter than me." "What a smug lad." Xiao Jiming said, "Ever since he outgrew me, he has to mention it every year we meet." Xiao Fengshu let Zhao Hui lead his horse away as he dismounted and raised his arms to give his youngest son a sudden hug. Patting him heavily on the back, he said, "Silly lad." The pats made Xiao Qiye smile. He said, "I have been waiting for a long time. Did something happen on the way?" Zhao Hui said, "The little young master caught a chill at home. So the prince made a detour to Dengju to invite the venerable Tu Igue back home for a look." Xiao Qiye said, "Our son is sick. When did it happen? Why didn't Dage mention it in the letter?" Xiao Jiming said, "It's just something minor. There's Yiji at home to look after him. Don't worry about it." Xiao Qiye felt a little disappointed. 5 years ago when he left Libei, his eldest sister-in-law had been pregnant. Now, little Arzun was 4 years old, and he had not even seen him yet. He could only learn of some interesting tidbits of his little nephew from his father's and brother's letters. He wanted to go home. Xiao Qiye's disappointment was fleeting. He smiled and said, "I have already prepared a birthday present. When Dage returns home this time, please bring it back on my behalf." Xiao Fengshu dusted off the brim of his bamboo hat and said, "Before we set off, Zuna specially painted a picture for you. I'll get Zhao Hui to bring it to you later. This is not the place to chat. I'll head for the palace first. It's not too late for us father and son to talk when I return to the residence at night." The party of men mounted their horses and rode their way into Kudu. It had already been many years since the Prince of Libei had shown himself in public. Now that the name of the 4 generals had spread far and wide, very few people would still remember the Prince of Libei, Xiao Fengshu. As autumn came, Grand Mentor Qi ate so well that he put on weight. At present, he was washing his feet in the rain, wiggling and rubbing his toes against each other. He said, speaking of the 4 generals of the world, they actually existed 20 years ago. Back then, Xiao Fengshu of Libei, Qi Shiyu of Chidong, Liu Pingyang of Bianjuan Commandery, and Feng Yisheng of the Suotian Pass were the commanders-in-chief of the military forces on all sides. Feng Yisheng later died in battle, and the Feng clan's bloodline was severed. No one probably remembers this name today. But back then, they were all valiant warriors who stepped onto the frontier pass with their horses and wiped out the Biancha troops. "Feng Yisheng?" Ji Gang responded in a loud voice as he did the cooking inside. "What do you mean no one remembers?" "Chuana. Both of General Feng's sons died on the battlefield. He later adopted a son, who is your Shifu's eldest brother." Shun Zechuan scooped rice into the bowls and repeated, "Shifu's eldest brother?" Ji Gang smacked his own head and said, "I forgot to tell you." Grand Mentor Qi yelled, "Is the food ready?" "Aye, isn't his eldest brother's were Qianqiu?" "What's there to tell? Anyone could guess." Shun Zechuan served the dishes, laid out chopsticks for Grand Mentor Qi, and said respectfully, "Teacher, please have your meal." Grand Mentor Qi gulped down a mouthful of wine and said, "Having someone wait on you is still the most comfortable feeling ever." Ji Gang wiped away his sweat and sat on the other side of the table and said, "You said earlier that Xiao II told you he's from the same school of martial arts with us. Then, I'm afraid his Shifu is Wu Qianqiu." Shun Zechuan took 2 mouthfuls of rice. Ji Gang lamented, "I haven't seen him in years. Did you exchange blows with Xiao II this time? How was it? Were the strokes of his blade strong and forceful?" Grand Mentor Qi said, "Let Lanju eat first. We'll talk again when we have eaten our fill. It's dangerous this time, and there's no hurry." We can rest for a few days. I should have thought of it. Ji Gang said. Xiao II wore a bone thumb ring. The one in this world who knows best how to wield a powerful bow is Zhuo Qianqiu. Perhaps you will be able to meet your eldest brother now that Xiao Fengshu has entered Kudu. Grand Mentor Qi picked out the dishes. Zhuo Qianqiu fought to the death at Tianfei Watchtower. Although he warded off the Biancha cavalry, his wife died. It was because of that battle that he obtained the name of Thunder sinking the Jade Stage, but it was also because of it that he never recovered from the setback. Rumor has it that he has left home to become a monk, but it's also possible that he has been living incognito to teach Xiao Fengshu's son after receiving refuge from the latter. Ji Gang said with sorrow, a general's success is built upon the sacrifices of tens of thousands of people. So what if he's renowned for his impressive military exploits? In the end, he'll still turn into a handful of lurse. Those who died on the battlefield are loyal to the end, while those who survived aren't having a wonderful time either. Zhuo Qianqiu lives incognito, Xiao Fengshu is ill, and Lu Pingyang is old. 20 more years later, where would the current 4 generals be at? It's all but the slapping of waves on sand, with one generation after generation superseding the former. Grand Mentor Qi was slightly tipsy as he watched Shen Zichuan eat his meal. After a long while, he said, it's too much of a loss to suffer through an entire lifetime for nothing. All of us will eventually die. So why not reach for the sky and fulfill your aspirations before you die? Lanju, here. Have another bowl. By the time they had eaten and drank to their heart's content, the sky was already dark. Grand Mentor Qi lay across the mat while Shen Zichuan sat under the eaves to wipe his teacher's feet. Ji Gang took out 2 outer garments and draped it over both of them. Then he squatted in the corner to smoke his pipe. Resting his head on a papaya, Grand Mentor Qi said, Lanju, tell me the situation at the hunting ground again. Shen Zichuan gave a detailed account of it again. Grand Mentor Qi listened with his eyes closed. When Shen Zichuan was done speaking, he remained silent. The vines in the courtyard soaked in rain, with each drop pitter-pattering on the leaves. After the rain drummed on the leaves for an unspecified amount of time, Grand Mentor Qi said, Xiao II seemed to be in the limelight this battle, but he is trapped in the same situation as his father and elder brother. The new emperor has called him his brother for as long as 5 years, but he has lain low and concealed himself so deeply, so how could the former not be afraid? Today, the new emperor can let it slide on account of him saving his life, but how long can this friendship withstand until it's all worn away into nothing? I thought he could still tolerate it for a little longer given his endurance. There are countless ways he could have let Qi Zhuyin take the limelight, but he just had to do it on his own. Ji Gang knocked off the ash under the dim light and said, the wolf cub wants to go home too. All he dreams of are the grassland of Libei. How old is he? Having this bit of spirit is what being young is about. A little lack of forbearance upsets great plans. Grand Mentor Qi said. If he had endured it this one time, then wouldn't he have been able to return home as a dandy young master? Right at this time, Xiao Qie was standing outside the palace gates looking up at the shadowy palace. The overhanging eaves of these vermilion walls seemed to be a trial heaven had given him. Under this frivolous appearance of his, a ferocious beast howled in silence. Shen Zichuan sat upright. It was at this moment that he oddly understood the meaning behind this move of Xiao Qie. He wanted to go home. He wanted to go home, openly and above board, as his own person. Chapter 28, Drunk in the Alley. Chapter 28, Drunk in the Alley. The autumn rain in Kudu never stopped falling after the new emperor ascended to the throne. White lanterns hung high beneath old, black tiles. If one were to stand atop the city wall overlooking the place, they would see a bleak chill shrouding every single spot. Because of the autumn hunt incident, all the imperial bodyguards had their waste tokens 1 revoked. Imperial bodyguards of 5th grade 2 and above, such as Ji Lei and Qiao Tianya, were all imprisoned. Together with Hua Xiqian and Pan Rugi, they were handed over to be tried in a joint trial by the 3 judicial offices. 3 Xue Xiuzhua was transferred from the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue and promoted to the position of Assistant Minister in the Court of Judicial Review. This position did not seem to have as much authority and power as the Chief Supervising Secretary of the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue, but in truth, it gave him an in to the central administration of 3 judicial offices. In other words, he not only had the authority to examine any case reviews, but also had the power to participate in the deliberations and rebuttals of proposals from the Ministry of Justice and the Chief Surveillance Bureau. Shui Xiuzhua. Empress Dowager Hua reclined against the Shumi couch 4 and idly tapped the jet-black jade chess piece 5 against the board. I have never heard of this child before the Nanlin hunting grounds incident. Who is he to the Shui clan? Matron Liuxiang gently fanned the incense censer and said, to reply, Your Majesty, he is the 3rd son of common birth of the Shui clan. This slave has never heard of this person before, and so this slave specifically went to make some inquiries about him. The Shui clan has no lack of successors. Empress Dowager Hua said. All these years, Yarrow Wenyu is the one in the limelight. I thought that old fox, Hai Liangyi, would sooner or later recommend Yarrow Wenyu into the Grand Secretariat after having imparted all his knowledge to him. Who would have expected him to remain silent on it and use the unremarkable Shui Xiuzhua instead? Aunt Lixiang said, Shui Xiuzhua first joined forces with the Provincial Administration Commissioner of Jueshi, Jiang Qingshan, to gather evidence on the sly, then joined up with Secretariat Elder Hai to act as a go-between. He had access to the 6 ministries when he held office as the Chief Supervising Secretary of the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue. Now he has been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Court of Judicial Review. He will be hearing the case of our Secretariat Elder. I fear that he has made up his mind to get to the bottom of the matter and will not let it go at that. I can't go out now. Empress Dowager Hua looked contemplative. If Shui Xiuzhua wants to investigate, then let him investigate. The Hua clan is already at such a critical juncture. Go and tell eldest brother that he needs to have the determination to act decisively and cut his loss. Only then will we be able to stage a comeback. Matron Liuxiang uttered an acknowledgement and quietly withdrew. Shun Zichuan shook the rainwater off his umbrella and sat in the run-down veranda of the deserted courtyard. Less than an hour later, Shi Hongshuan's mountain-like figure strode through the Moon Gate 6 and walked over to him while holding up an umbrella. This is the time when spies abound all around. I almost couldn't get away. Shi Hongxian gathered up his clothes and frowned as he asked. Is there some urgent matter for you to call me here at this time? Shi Jiyuan is in prison. Shun Zichuan said. Your long-time wish is right before you. Yet you aren't pressing home the attack now following the victory. Are you waiting for him to take desperate action instead? His guilt of committing a capital offense is already but certain. Shi Hongxian said. Making any more moves now would be like drawing legs on a snake, redundant. Nothing in this world is certain. There was no trace of a smile on Shun Zichuan's fair face. He said, the more critical the situation is, the more you cannot afford to be negligent. As long as he remains alive in this dangerous situation, there's a chance he will survive through it. Shi Hongxian looked at his side profile and said, the Hua faction case has already been handed over to the 3 judicial offices. With so many pairs of eyes staring, how are you planning to make your move? I'm not making any moves. Shun Zichuan turned his eyes. As the Hua clan's lackey, his crimes during his term of office are too numerous to record. As long as 1 or 2 document proofs is handed over to the 3 judicial offices, then his death will be all but certain. Bearing a weapon before the emperor and trapping the crown prince in to hunt him down. These 2 matters aren't enough to put him to death. As the commander-in-chief of the 8 great training divisions, he has the prerogative to bear a blade before the emperor. The hunt of the crown prince has nothing to do with him. He could simply assert that he headed back to the capital to seek and deploy reinforcements on seeing the situation go wrong. The new emperor now fears the imperial army. Although he has taken down the Hua clan, it is at the time where he needs the help and cooperation of the 8 great clans. It takes time for the 3 judicial offices to review the case. The longer this drags on, the harder it will be for Shi Jiyuan to die. Shun Zichuan sneered a little. As long as Shi Jiyuan doesn't die, you will remain Shi II, never to step into the limelight. After a lengthy silence, Shi Hongxian said, what are you planning to do? Shi Jiyuan has been assigned special duty in the 8 great training divisions since the 4th year of Shenda. 7 in the 4 years so far, The 8 great training divisions have received a total of 9 million taels of military funds and provisions. Only 7 million of the disbursement were accounted for. Where did the remaining 2 million taels go? They all disappeared after they passed through Shi Jiyuan's hands. Shun Zichuan said, the audits of the account books are originally handled by Xue Xiuzhua. In all likelihood, he will still be able to dig out more void expenses once he checks. Pan Rugi and Hua Xiqian can take such a large sum, because if they do, they are just greedy and corrupt. But Shi Jiyuan can't. He cannot afford to be greedy or corrupt. Control of the 8 great training divisions, whose key task is to patrol and defend Kudu, lies in his hands. If he can't explain the whereabouts of all that money, then one could only suspect if he has been embezzling money to bribe the soldiers and to raise his own private army under the name of the 8 great training divisions. A chill suddenly ran down Shi Hongshuan's back. He said, raise his own private army. He stands beside the Son of Heaven's 8 couch. What other reason can there be for him to raise his own private army? Shun Zichuan said. No way. Shi Hongxian vetoed it. He raised his hand to wipe away his sweat and said, you think I'm out of my mind? If it's just associating with the Hua clan, then he's the only one who dies. But if it's harboring the intent to rebel, then my whole family will die. It's a crime punishable by extermination of the entire clan. Shun Zichuan laughed aloud and lowered his voice. A change of sovereign brings a change of ministers. 9. It's a wonderful opportunity for you to distinguish yourself now that a new emperor has ascended to the throne. This is just Shi Jiyuan giving you his life as a congratulatory gift for your promotion. You want me to? Shi Hongxian stared at Shun Zichuan for a while and suddenly burst out laughing. He said, you are really vicious. At the very least, the Empress Dowager has saved you twice. You really show no regard for the kindness shown to you. Kindness, huh? Shun Zichuan picked up the umbrella. It's not too late to repay it after killing them. What's more, the power struggle today is all a game of chess between Xiao and Hua. What does it have to do with me? With that, he opened his umbrella, nodded slightly at Shi Hongxian, then stepped into the night rain. Shi Hongxian sat alone in the veranda. After Shun Zichuan disappeared, he touched his own back, finding it all drenched in cold sweat. A few days later, the Court of Judicial Review reprocessed the Autumn Hunt case. Jiang Xie, the chief minister of the Court of Judicial Review, served as the presiding judge, while Hai Liangyi served as the supervisor, and Xue Xiuzhua, the jury. This was a major case examined and prosecuted by the Chief Surveillance Bureau, with the criminal charges of unconstitutional formation of an insurgent faction, embezzlement of taxes to corrupt governance, and endangerment of the state submitted to the Court of Judicial Review. Of these, unconstitutional formation of an insurgent faction made the 6 ministries jittery. Those who have been to the Hua residence, or have received recommendations from Hua Xiqian and Pan Rugi in the past all found themselves in a precarious position. Countless officials submitted memorials to impeach and report Hua Xiqian and Pan Rugi these few days, with each one making an impassioned statement of loyalty for fear of getting implicated. Seeing those memorials gave Li Jianheng a headache. He was not a person who could sit still to begin with. Even so, he did not dare to fool around during a time where the entire nation was in national mourning. He had seen the way Hai Liangyi confronted Hua Xiqian that night, thus, he was very much afraid of Hai Liangyi. Hai Liangyi was rigid and inflexible. His appropriately trimmed beard was always hanging before the second clasp on the front of his robe, while his crown was properly worn, and his hair meticulously combed. He never left his clothes open during the 3 hottest periods of summer, 11, and he never folded his arms during the severe winter months. He was like the pine tree on the mountain ridge when he stood, and the swift wind in the quiet valley when he walked. When it came to handling matters, he was never sloppy. He could even listen attentively to the details of the case for 3 days and 3 nights without showing any traces of weariness. Li Jianheng was used to fooling around. So he always went weak in the knees on seeing this kind of elder, scholar-teacher like 12 minister. Because of the Hua faction case, Hai Liangyi was constantly looking for him to report the details. Li Jianheng found the Dragon Throne 13 in Mingli Hall so hard that his butt was always hurting from sitting too long, so he got his men to pad it up with several layers of cotton-padded mattress. But Hai Liangyi saw it and remonstrated with him, advising him to be steadfast in his conduct. The thrill of having power and authority in his grasp seemed fleeting. What followed right after was an avalanche of heavy responsibilities. The never-ending morning court sessions 14 made it difficult for Li Jianheng to persevere. He sat on the dragon throne, sometimes not even understanding what those people at the foot of his throne were arguing about. No money. Then, collect taxes, kill a bunch of corrupt officials, and the money could be recovered, no? What's there to argue about? Li Jianheng did not dare to reveal his innermost thoughts. He was afraid of Hai Liangyi, and even more afraid of these civil servants and military commanders. He did not know what they were fighting about, or why the Hua faction could not be executed immediately by decapitation, let alone what the Empress Dowager's intention in sending him snacks every day was. He huddled up on the dragon throne, as if he were merely having a dream. Is His Majesty ill? Having been summoned, Xiao Qie entered the palace and met the imperial physician from the Imperial Academy of Medicine outside Mingli Hall. The imperial physician said, he worried too much, and the autumn chill has gotten to him. When the viceroy enters later, please persuade His Majesty. Xiao Qie took off Longli blade and strode into Mingli Hall. Li Jianheng had just taken his medicine and was zoning out on the couch at the moment. On hearing that Xiao Qie had come, he hurriedly wore his shoes like slippers and called Xiao Qie in. "Xian." Li Jianheng said. "You're just in time. The Imperial Bakery 15 will send the silk-nested tiger's eye candy later. Come and try it too. We had it at the official banquet a few years ago." Xiao Qie kowtowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the bestowment." With his clothes draped around him, Li Jianheng went silent for a moment, then said, "Xian, take a seat." Xiao Qie sat down, and those serving at the sides withdrew. Li Jianheng suddenly stood up and restlessly turned around in circles where he was. He said, "Xian, why aren't they beheading Hua Xiqian? What retrial is the Court of Judicial Review talking about? What else is there for them to go over?" "Ah," Xiao Qie said, "the Court of Judicial Review has to triple-check the case. This is the rule to prevent miscarriages of justice. The evidence against Hua Xiqian is conclusive. He will definitely be executed by decapitation before the new year." "A long night is fraught with dreams," 16 Li Jianheng said nervously. "The Empress Dowager doesn't look like she's in a panic. You know, she keeps sending people to deliver snacks to me every day. What is she thinking of doing? Does she want to poison me to death too? The Hua clan now is the target of public criticism. So the Empress Dowager somehow has to put on a show of affection." Seeing Li Jianheng's flustered expression with dark circles under his eyes, Xiao Qie said, "Is Your Majesty not sleeping well at night?" "How can I sleep?" Li Jianheng said, "They aren't dead yet. So how would I be able to sleep? Xian, go tell Hai Liangyi on my behalf to skip the retrial and carry out the execution on the spot." "How would that do?" Xiao Qie was the viceroy of the imperial army. He had nothing to do with the 3 judicial offices, so how could he interfere in the joint trial by the 3 judicial offices? Moreover, after what happened at the autumn hunt, the next person they would take down would be his own self, Xiao Qie. The civil officials, with Hai Liangyi at the head, were unwilling to let Xiao Qie go. Xiao Fengshu himself had gotten wind of it these few days as well. No one was willing to take a gamble when it came to this matter. It was only with Xiao Qie in Kudu that Libei would prove to be diligent in all they did. The crisis in the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua was a sore point. Xiao Jiming could save Kudu once or twice, but could he save Kudu countless times without reservation? Even if he could, who would believe it? Xiao Qie would definitely not get entangled in any disputes with the civil servants at this point in time. Li Jianheng himself knew that it would not work, so he became more and more dispirited. When the silk-nested tiger's eye candy was sent over, he took a few cursory bites of it, but could taste nothing. As soon as Xiao Qie left, he lay on the couch, feeling that this emperor was really boring to be. Shuanglu, who had always been following him to serve him, kneeled beside the couch and whispered, "Your Majesty. 17 How about this slave accompanies you out for a stroll?" Li Jianheng replied, "Not going. I'm tired." Shuanglu hit upon an idea and continued, Then how about inviting Lady Mu Yu to play the Pipa 18 for you? Li Jianheng turned over and took another glance outside. Seeing no one, he said, I don't think I can. The nation is in mourning. Besides, she's still at Pan Rugi's residence. If I bring her to the palace now, wouldn't I get a scolding? Shuanglu let out an "Oh." Mayan smiled, then said, Your Majesty, you are the emperor. You have the final say within this palace. How would those officials on the outside know what eunuchs in the inner palace does? We'll do it on the sly. Li Jianheng instantly felt his spirits soar. Not even eating the candy anymore, he said, Secretariat Elder Hai won't know? No one will know. Shuanglu shuffled forward on his knees. You are our master. He isn't. Us slaves run errands for your Majesty. If your Majesty doesn't want to let anyone know, then no one will know. Great. Li Jianheng clapped his hands. Great, I finally found an opportunity. Go quickly, the sooner the better. Bring Mu Yu in. Pan Rugi is going to die. Remaining in that compound will only be inviting bad luck. It rained again when Xiao Qie left the palace. He felt vexed for no reason. The zeal and drive he had before the autumn hunt seemed to have dissipated overnight. He did not even want to draw his blade at this moment. Chen Yang and Zhao Hui came to pick him up, and Xiao Qie got into the horse carriage. Halfway through their journey back, Xiao Qie suddenly lifted the curtain and said, Tell father and Dage that I won't be going back tonight. Without waiting for both men to respond, he jumped off the carriage and headed towards Donglong Street without taking anything with him. He's gone drinking again. Zhao Hui got off the carriage as well and said to Chen Yang, You head back and inform the prince and the hereditary prince. I'll follow the young master. It wouldn't look good for him to get drunk and make a scene during a time when the nation is in mourning. Chen Yang said, In just the time it takes for you to say all these, you would have already lost sight of him. Since the viceroy doesn't want anyone to follow, then, let him be. Zhao Hui was Xiao Jiming's deputy general, while Chen Yang was Xiao Qie's deputy general. Although both of them were members of the Xiao clan, the subject of their consideration were ultimately different. Zhao Hui was more like the older brother. He turned his head in the rain. Sure enough, he could no longer see Xiao Qie's figure. With the waste tokens of the imperial bodyguards revoked, its subordinates were all temporarily assigned to the imperial army to serve as patrols. Shun Zechuan just finished his rounds tonight. As he returned home, he passed by the back alley of Shangyun Villa 19 on Donglong Street. Because it was just a drizzle, he did not hold up an umbrella. As he was walking along the road, he suddenly heard a bout of puking sounds before him. Then, a courtesan wearing wooden clogs and no socks trotted out in pursuit of the person who had been puking. The latter gently fended her off. Xiao Qie propped himself up against the wall and pointed at the back door to motion to the woman to stay away from him. The courtesans of Shangyun Villa were all well acquainted with him. They knew that he would not let others touch him while he was drunk, so this courtesan folded a handkerchief and lay it at the side and said in a gentle voice, Second young master, please go in again once you feel better. I've prepared hot soup for you. Xiao Qie did not respond. The sound of wooden clogs receded into the distance, and he squatted down. His stomach was churning so badly it was hard to bear. This was the way a man should live, eat, drink and make merry as if in a drunken stupor. He had only this one way out. He felt a sudden weight on his back. Xiao Qie suddenly looked back with a stare so cold it would make one flustered. On seeing the man, he thought for a moment before saying, Why did you kick me? Shun Zechuan said without blinking, I didn't. Xiao Qie backhandedly touched his own back for a moment. He pulled at his clothes and said stubbornly, This is evidence of your guilt. Shun Zechuan scrutinized him for a moment and said, Have you drunk yourself foolish, Xiao II? Xiao Qie said, Do I look like a fool? Without waiting for Shun Zechuan to reply, he answered himself. I'm not a fool. Smelling him reeking of wine, Shun Zechuan said, Don't block my way. I want to go home. Xiao Qie turned his head back and stared blankly for a moment before saying to the wall, Don't block my way. I want to go home too. Shun Zechuan was about to laugh when he heard him continue. If I can't go home, then you can forget about going home as well. Chapter 29, Fate. Chapter 29, Fate. Shen Zichuan said, "Oh." Not getting the answer he wanted, Xiao Qie looked back at him and asked, "Why aren't you rebutting?" Shen Zichuan raised his hands to open up the umbrella and said, "I don't have a father or a brother back at home. No acquaintances either. So what's the point of going back?" Xiao Qie picked up the handkerchief to wipe away the water on the back of his neck. He stood up and said, "Oh right. The Prince of Jianxing's residence in Dunju has already been cleared out. With your identity, you will only be cursed by all if you go back. That's why when it comes to fate," Shen Zichuan looked at Xiao Qie quietly for a pause before continuing, "you will only suffer if you don't get reincarnated into a good life." Xiao Qie did not look at him as he lifted his arm to rub away the raindrops on his forehead. He said, "Then why are you still alive?" Shen Zichuan smiled and said, "Millions of people want me to die. But how could I feel at ease myself if I were to fulfill the wish of others?" Xiao Qie said, "The way for you to survive is to remain in Jiao Zui Temple." Shen Zichuan took 2 steps to bypass the water puddle on the ground and said, "If I remain in Jiao Zui Temple, then you will think that getting executed by decapitation is how I should end up. Xiao Qie, even if you try your best to hide it, you are already used to looking down from above. You are no different from the people who look down on you today. And all those eyes on you now agonize you." He laughed out loud and patted Xiao Qie on the back with a palm. "I seek to live. You seek to die. The Xiao clan once had me trapped, and now the Li clan does the same to you. Isn't the ways of this world strange? The bird in the cage longs for its former woods, while the fish in the pond misses the deep. Your lot in life has been laid bare from start to end. If you can't go back, then you are nothing but a loser with lofty aspirations sans actions. The most regrettable thing in this world is to train a wolf into a dog. How long can your fangs remain sharp in kudu? You followed me during the autumn hunt." Xiao Qie turned his head to the side to look at him, "and saved my life just for this moment of gratification? I am but an insignificant nobody." Shen Zichuan said softly, "Even if I didn't show up, you will still live." Exactly what? Xiao Qie's inebriation had worn off. He asked, "Are you up to repaying a debt of gratitude?" The brim of Shen Zichuan's umbrella sheltered Xiao Qie. This was how close he was to the latter. "Repaying all of you for your mercy in not killing me." Xiao Qie suddenly grabbed Shen Zichuan by the collar and said, "I thought you had repent and turned over a new leaf to become a better person. What wrong did I do?" The glint in Shen Zichuan's eyes was even colder than this autumn rain. He pressed in a step closer, almost sticking to Xiao Qie, and asked, "What is my crime? Didn't you take a look at various cities of Duanzhou when you climbed your way out of Chashi sinkhole?" Xiao Qie tightened his grip. Everyone in the 8 cities was massacred. When the hooves of horses trod through the city gates, all the blood that splashed up was the people's blood. Shen Wei's troops were defeated. Shen Zichuan finally tore off that mask of his, exposing his burning hatred. 40,000 people from Zhongbua were buried in Chashi sinkhole. I lost my elder brother and Shenyang to death that day. Where does my fault lie in this? Shen Wei deserves to be killed. Xiao Qie reached the end of his limit too. He suddenly pressed Shen Zichuan up against the wall and said, "Shen Wei should be put to death. You are a Shen too. So how are you blameless?" The oil paper umbrella tumbled to the ground as Xiao Qie slammed Shen Zichuan into the wall and lifted him until his toes could barely touch the floor. Shen Zichuan lifted his leg to stomp on Xiao Qie's chest. Xiao Qie retreated a few steps back in pain, but he did not release his grip as he pulled Shen Zichuan by the collar and flung him to the ground. The pattering rain suddenly intensified and came pouring down in torrents. A burst of crashes rang out from the dark lane, as overturned odds and ends were trampled underfoot. The courtesans of Shangyun Villa who had been waiting for Xiao Qie were startled by the commotion. All of them held on to the doors with their wooden clogs in hands to look. Why did they start fighting? Shangyun hurriedly draped on her outer garment and slipped on her wooden clogs to rush over. "My dear masters, talk it over if you have something to say. This isn't worth coming to blows over." Shen Zichuan rode Xiao Qie and punched the latter's head aside. Xiao Qie grabbed Shen Zichuan's wrist and tugged him hard towards himself. Licking the blood between his teeth with the tip of his tongue, he said, Neither you nor I shall dream of having an easy time. Shang Yun had already called out the hired help, and they joined forces to drag both men apart. Xiao Qie jerked his arm, and those tall and strapping hirelings felt the webs between their thumbs and forefingers going numb. However, Xiao Qie did not pounce again. He raised his fingers to wipe at the wound on his face and said, "Piss off." Seeing that the situation did not look good, Shang Yun motioned for the hirelings to hurry over to the prince's residence to call for help. Who would have expected Xiao Qie to say, "I'll break the legs of whoever dares to alert my father"? Shang Yun's voice softened and she took the opportunity to say, "What is this about? Second young master has always shown tenderness towards the fairer sex. Why did you frighten the ladies tonight? It is common for gentlemen to swap pointers with one another after a bout of drinking. Let's forget it and bury the hatchet with a smile, all right?" Xiao Qie rose to his feet, stripped off his dirty robe, and threw it to Shang Yun. He said, "Go in." Holding his outer robe, Shang Yun attempted to persuade him. "Second young master, it's so cold outside." Her voice trailed off as she lost the courage to let out even a squeak. She waved her hand quietly at the courtesans and led them back inside. However, the door was not closed tight this time. All the courtesans clung to the sides of the door and windows to steal a peek. Shen Zichuan picked up the umbrella. He was so filthy all over he was barely recognizable. He had been drenched by the rain, and strands of hair stuck to his cheeks. The contrast of black on white made his fair skin look even whiter. "Next time," Shen Zichuan said, "go right to my door if you want to look for me. I won't necessarily make a trip through this alley even in 800 years. If I knew you would be passing by," Xiao Qie said, "I would not come here even if I have to puke all over inside." Shen Zichuan smiled mockingly and said, "Then it must really be a small world for enemies to meet on such a narrow path." Xiao Qie walked up to him. "I'll watch you closely from now on. You can hardly look after yourself, and you still want to concern yourself over me." Shen Zichuan raised his umbrella and pulled apart the distance between them. "Old institutions die hard. Just one autumn hunt, and you want to bring the Hua clan down to their knees. You are really delusional. You'd better find a way to preserve your life." Xiao Qie pressed his chest against the umbrella and looked askance at him. "How long can you live without the backing of the Empress Dowager? There is already a new master sitting in the imperial court." Shen Zichuan said, "Isn't it time for you to change all those assumptions you have been taking for granted too? You can't kill any of them." Xiao Qie said, "The ones who owe you are the Biancha cavalry and Shen Wei." "Whatever you say." Shen Zichuan draped on that layer of tame outer coat again. He closed his umbrella and said gently to Xiao Qie, "I'll listen to you, okay?" That indescribable rage within Xiao Qie suddenly bubbled up. He said, "Sure. Then you'll stay with me tonight. You sleep under the bed canopy of a sweet, tender lady." Shen Zichuan said, "And you still have the fetish to share your bed with another man?" "I'm sorry, but I don't." No matter how Xiao Qie looked at him now, he looked as though he was up to no good, so he said, "What are you shying away from? Didn't you say, whatever I say? Are you," Shen Zichuan pointed to his head, "out of your mind? All the idlers of the imperial bodyguards have been assigned to the imperial army." Xiao Qie said, "So who is the one out of his mind?" Shen Zichuan paused for a moment and said, "What does the viceroy want me to do?" There was still a red imprint remaining on Xiao Qie's cheek. The hostility between his eyebrows dissipated, and he took on the appearance of a lazy slacker. He turned around to sit on the veranda under the eaves and pointed to his own boots. Shen Zichuan unhurriedly moved the corners of his lips at him and said, "Sure." Early in the morning the next day, Chen Yang came to pick him up, and was stunned when he saw Shen Zichuan hugging Longley Blade at the entrance of Shangyun Villa. Shen Zichuan, who had been leaning against the door, straightened up his body and bowed a greeting to Chen Yang. Chen Yang had an ill sense of foreboding for an instant and asked, "Shen, why is the Red Cavalry 3 here? Ji Lei is still in prison and has not yet been sentenced." Shen Zichuan said, "The imperial bodyguards are temporarily serving as imperial army under the viceroy's supervision." Chen Yang looked at his calm face and felt a chill down his spine. He gave a slight nod of his head and hurried up the stairs. Shen Zichuan watched him go upstairs. At the same time, Shang Yun was coming down the stairs while lifting the hem of her skirt. She said tenderly, "You haven't eaten yet, right? You haven't changed out of those dirty clothes of yours either." Ling Ting, the courtesan upstairs, leaned against the railing with a tired expression and said, "Why is Madame Four still calling out for Ling Ting? You are always forgetting that little lass has been redeemed." 5 It dawned on Shang Yun then, and she said, "I have gotten used to calling her. Go and bring some food over for this Red Cavalry Excellency." When Chen Yang entered, he saw Xiao Qie still sprawled on the couch sleeping. There was no one around attending to him, so Chen Yang went forward and called out to him softly, "Viceroy, Viceroy?" Xiao Qie wearily buried his face and slept for a little longer. He suddenly sat up and asked, "Why is it you? Where is Shen Lanju?" His keeping watch downstairs. "Viceroy, what happened to your face?" Chen Yang asked in astonishment. "Got punched while I was hunting." Xiao Qie got off the couch and moved his shoulders and arms. He asked, "Did Dage ask you to come for me?" "It was his lordship the prince." Chen Yang said, "We received information early in the morning. The Sharkey 6 mutual trade market was looted by the Biancha cavalry last night. We still need to enter the palace later to discuss this matter in detail. Secretariat Elder Hai has summoned the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue for a convention. Us Libe have to deploy our troops again." Xiao Qie wiped his face with water and immediately stepped out of the door. When he headed downstairs, he saw Shen Zichuan with a courtesan. He strode a few steps down, grabbed the small plate from behind, and tossed a pastry into his mouth. Shen Zichuan looked at him and said, "Eat slowly. No one can save you in time if you choke to death." Xiao Qie swallowed it clean. He smiled at him and put his arm on his shoulder. Leading him outside, he said, "Lanju." Shen Zichuan looked at him. Xiao Qie said frivolously, "Why do you still hold an overnight grudge? I've already forgotten all about it after a sleep. Let's go. Second young master will take you along to look for fun." Shen Zichuan swatted his hand away with the sheath of his blade and said, "Second young master, don't take advantage of the chance to touch the back of my neck." Many people gathered in Mingli Hall. Li Jianheng remained seated on the dragon throne, not daring to move. He first tried to figure out Hai Liangyi's expression with his eyes, then shifted them over to the others while trying his best to look dignified and imposing. Now that the brush-holding director of the Directorate of Ceremonials position is vacant, this old subject will present all the various ministries' accounts to His Majesty once they are sent to the Grand Secretariat before signing off on them. Hai Liangyi first said to Li Jianheng, "What does your Majesty think of the accounts last night?" Li Jianheng had been listening to the Peeper 7 with a beautiful woman in his arms last night. So when Hai Liangyi kowtowed to him, he immediately shifted his buttocks with a guilty conscience and said, Okay. Xue Xiuzhua, who had been kneeling behind Hai Liangyi, initially had on a neutral expression. But he furrowed his brows on hearing these words. Hai Liangyi waited for a while. But when he saw that Li Jianheng had no intention of saying further, he said, "Autumn is cold and frosty at present. If Li Bei is to deploy troops, then they must report to Kudu the military salaries and provisions to be paid in advance. Your lordship, how much do you need this time?" Xiao Fengshu smiled and said, "I have been ill and out of commission for a long time. All the military affairs have long been entrusted to Jiming. Jiming, tell Secretariat Elder Hai how much money we lack." Xiao Jiming kowtowed and said, "The 12 tribes of Biancha looted the market at this time because winter snow is about to fall. The grain supply of the various Biancha tribes have run out, so they could only loot the mutual trade market. If this were in the past, the military fields of Libe can provide for itself and would not need assistance with army supplies. But the former emperor passed away this year, so it's likely that the 12 Biancha tribes is thinking of taking the advantage of our vulnerability now. If we are to mobilize troops, then we must not only expel them out of our territory but also station our troops there to guard it. I have already submitted the required sum to the Ministry of Revenue." The newly appointed Minister of Revenue took out the memorial. 8 Shuanglu presented it to Li Jianheng. Li Jianheng looked at it for a moment and said, 2 million taels. What's so hard about it? As long as the soldiers don't go cold and hungry. The Minister of Revenue, Qian Jin, was a little embarrassed and said, Your Majesty does not know it, but we still have yet to make up for last year's deficiency. The state treasury does not have that much money at such a short notice. Li Jianheng said, then, 1 million taels should be fine, right? Qian Jin kowtowed and said, during the autumn hunt, the mobilization of the 8 great training divisions cost us 230,000 taels, and the former emperor spent 540,000 taels. The remaining money in the state treasury still has to be used to pay out salary arrears to all the senior and junior officials. It's soon to be the end of the year, and the civil officials all need to celebrate the new year. We definitely do not have 1 million taels. Your Majesty, we can only allocate 600,000 taels to Libei's armored cavalry. Li Jianheng truly never expected there to be a day he would be poor as an emperor. He had wanted to do Libei a favor, and doing so could placate Xiao Qie too. Who would have thought that he would have no money? This suddenly put him in such an awkward spot that he wanted so much to dig his way under the table. Instead, he merely uttered a few vague sounds of acknowledgements. Mingli Hall went silent for a moment. Xue Xiuzhua suddenly piped up, Your Majesty, this humble subject has a way. As though he had seen his savior, Li Jianheng said, Please speak. Tell me. Xue Xiuzhua said, when the Hua faction was in power, they put a price on some sinecures and welcomed everyone who could pay up. The Ice Respect 9 they collected every year were all large sums. Then, there's Pan Rugi who took advantage of the loopholes in procurement to amass wealth blatantly. Both men are now in prison. Why not search both the Hua's and Pan's residences and confiscate their possessions to subsidize the military funds? The second young master of the Shi clan, Shi Hongxian, has already made amends and submitted a document to the Court of Judicial Review yesterday to report Shi Jiyuan of raising his own personal army in private. He even leased out the Shi clan's residence in Kudu to repay the empty accounts of the 8 great training divisions while Shi Jiyuan was in office. The moment Li Jianheng heard they were going to raid the residences, he instantly showed interest. Eager to give it a try, he said, Sure, I have been thinking of this too. Hai Liangyi hesitated for a moment, then said, That's not appropriate. The Court of Judicial Review's retrial is not concluded yet. How can we bypass the law and carry out the sentence straight? Xue Xiuzhua said, It's an emergency. We do not have a choice. Kudu can wait for the retrial, but the Bianxia cavalry will not. We cannot let Libei's armored cavalry fight a war on empty stomachs. Hai Liangyi was still hesitating, but Li Jianheng had already slapped the table to give his approval. When they came out, Xiao Jiming said to Qi Zhuyin, who had been silent the whole time earlier, How is the Bianjuan commandery holding up? Qi Zhuyin raised her head to look up at the rain beyond the eaves and said, Lu Guangbai is still at Bianjuan, so the 12 tribes of Bianxia will naturally not make a move. But Libei is lacking a chief commander, that makes it inevitably tricky for you. Xiao Jiming stood for a moment and sighed, It's hard to come by men with military talents. They aren't easy to find. Qi Zhuyin said, No matter how the situation changes in Kudu, it's the duty of the commanders and generals to protect his home and defend his country. Jiming, military talents are hard to come by, and it isn't easy to nurture and train them. Libei is a heavily fortified land at Dazhou's frontier. It will only prove to be detrimental to Libei if you still don't choose a successor. It was the original aspiration of each and every one of them to be a valiant general of one side and to become an impregnable fortress of Dazhou. However, a man would eventually age. Entrusting and tethering the lives of an entire army to one person could be overlooked if it was just for a few years, but let it continue for more than a decade, or even a few decades, and the Libei's armored cavalry would turn into one that could not do without Xiao Jiming. If one day, the Libei's armored cavalry were to lose Xiao Jiming, then what would become of the army that had reigned supreme on the battlefield for decades without any blemish to its reputation? I know you have high hopes for A Yi. Qi Zhuyin descended the stairs and turned her head back unhurriedly. But he is destined to never fly out of Kudu. You put your eyes on him. Do you think he never noticed it all these years even though you never spoke of it? The more expectation you have for him, the more agony he'll be in. Libei is not his wings, but his cage. Jiming, you and I have been buddies for many years. Let me give you a word of advice. Choose someone else. The palace eaves in the far distance were all shrouded in fog. A lone crow cawed a few times, and silence descended once more. Chapter 30, King of Wolves. Chapter 30, King of Wolves. Xiao Qie seems to have forgotten having lost his cool last night. He spurred his horse on through the street, causing cries of discontent to rise all around from the stall vendors on both sides of the street. He hurried over to the palace gate just in time to see the horse carriage from the Xiao clan's prince residence. Zhao Hui lifted the curtain for Xiao Fengshu and said, "Second young master is here." With his hand on his knee, Xiao Fengshu looked out of the carriage. His gaze passed past his youngest son and landed upon the man inept in riding behind him, Shen Zichuan. He paused for a moment, but said nothing. When Xiao Qie arrived before him, he saw the injury on Xiao Qie's face and asked, "What did you do last night?" "I went drinking." Xiao Qie reined in his horse and laughed as he held his horsewhip. "I forgot the time. By the time I woke up, it was already late." "Father, are you done with the discussion?" Xiao Fengshu nodded and asked, "Is that Shen Wei's son?" The autumn wind suddenly came assaulting Shen Zichuan in the face. It grazed past his temples. He met Xiao Fengshu's eyes and felt a shudder for no reason. His grip on the reins tightened in uneasiness. But Xiao Fengshu did nothing. The sideburns of Li Bei's old king of the wolves were white. Even though he was sitting all hunched over in the horse carriage, one could still make out his extraordinary height and build. That commanding presence was not something anyone could develop overnight. It was a majestic dignity honed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was a formidable strength so tempered with bones and blood that even his sickness could not overshadow it. Xiao Qie's naturally endowed, sturdy physique was completely inherited from his father. His shocking arm strength, exceptional height, wide shoulders and back, and explosively swift long legs, were all gifts from his father. Compared with the gentler and more elegant Xiao Jiming, Xiao Qie was the true wolf pup. If one were to glance over while the two brothers stood together, there would be no doubt that Xiao Qie was the one who gave off a more aggressive vibe. And now, the real king of wolves was watching Shen Zichuan attentively. Despite already learning how to restrain himself, Shen Zichuan still had the strong urge to flee. This was utterly different from being pinned down by Xiao Qie. This was a gaze that would make one shiver subconsciously. At this very moment, Shen Zichuan recalled Grand Mentor Qi's words. It's Xiao Jiming's time to shine now that Xiao Fengshu is off commission from illness. Everyone fears Xiao Jiming. But, Lanju, 20 years ago, the one who truly secured the frontier with his steed was Xiao Fengshu. From today's point of view, Qi Shiyu clearly has more authority of office as the commander-in-chief of the 5 commanderies, but he has not been conferred the title of a prince. One that is because Chidong is a bestowed fief belonging to the emperor. The 5 commanderies are all founding lands of Dazhou that belong to the Son of Heaven. But it's different for Li Bei. The vast territory of Li Bei stretches from Luoxia Pass to the end of Hongyang mountain ranges in the northeast, and these are all hard-won lands. Xiao Fengshu led the armored cavalry of Li Bei to conquer inch by inch during the years of Yongyi. Xiao Jiming is now the commander-in-chief of Li Bei's armored cavalry. River of Ice armored cavalry, how awe-inspiring. But it was Xiao Fengshu who established this powerful regiment of cavalry. The Li Bei's armored cavalry doesn't have a long history like the Bianjuan commandery garrison troops. They are heavy cavalry that Xiao Fengshu specially set up to deal a heavy blow to our external foes during the years of Yongyi when the Biancha cavalry repeatedly invaded Luoxia Pass. Li Bei's battle steeds, Li Bei's soldiers, and Li Bei's steel blades with hanging chains. Every symbol of the Li Bei's armored cavalry you can see today all came from Xiao Fengshu. The 8 great clans have forcibly entrenched themselves in Kudu for a long time. They are the sores and ulcers of Dazhou. The Xiao clan can stand up to the Hua clan as equals because Xiao Fengshu's status is secure in Li Bei. As long as Xiao Fengshu is alive, the Xiao clan will be the towering tree firmly rooted in Li Bei. The title of the King of Wolves is, by no means, undeserved. Xiao Qie looked back and said, "His Shen Wei's son." Shen Zichuan dismounted and paid his obeisances to Xiao Fengshu. Xiao Fengshu looked at him for a moment and said, "Shen Wei is already dead, and his child is innocent. Since the former emperor has let you out, that means he has absolved you of guilt. But why are you following this lad?" Shun Zichuan kneeled on one knee and hung his head down to say, "This humble servant was assigned to the imperial bodyguards. Now that it's now temporarily under the imperial army, I'm at the viceroy's disposal." "So I see." Xiao Fengshu looked towards Xiao Qie. "And why are you making things difficult for him?" Xiao Qie licked the wound in his mouth and said, "How would I make things difficult for him? He and I are now sworn friends. Isn't that right, Lanju?" Without looking at Shun Zichuan again, Xiao Fengshu started to chat with Xiao Qie. Shun Zichuan propped himself up with a knee and looked at Xiao Qie's unrestrained smile and the way Xiao Fengshu gazed at his son through the puddle of water on the ground. Splashes of raindrops messed up the scene in the puddle. Shun Zichuan retracted his gaze. By the time Xiao Jiming emerged, Xiao Fengshu had already left. Qi Zhuyin walked a few steps with him and suddenly asked, "Who is that?" Xiao Jiming looked beside Zhao Hui and replied without a change in expression, "That's Shun Zichuan." Qi Zhuyin halted in her tracks and said with some surprise, "Shun Wei's son? Why is he following Yi?" Xiao Jiming said, "Yi is playful. Most likely, he's making things hard for him." Qi Zhuyin looked for a long time before saying, "That appearance of his is too outstanding. I heard that his mother was a dancer from Duanzhou. Fortunately, she was a dancer from Duanzhou and not the Tsungjuan commandery. Commander-in-Chief Qi Shiyu was the most fond of beauties. He was a man who would not move his feet whenever he saw a pretty woman. Although Qi Zhuyin had very few brothers, she had countless Inyang Tu back at home. Speaking of which," Qi Zhuyin turned sideways. "Yi is already 23 years of age, right? Isn't he going to marry a wife?" Yiji is also getting anxious on his behalf. Xiao Jiming said. "Libai doesn't need him to marry a noble lady from a powerful and honorable clan. Just a girl from an ordinary family with a clean background will do." Yiji keeps sending portraits of all the Libai women she picked out on his behalf to Kudu every year, but not one of them has ever caught his fancy. Qi Zhuyin laughed. "A noble lady tends to be haughty, she can't play with him. While a common girl is too timid, she will get frightened the moment she's near him. Besides, how many maidens can handle that temper of his? Finding someone who he is mutually in love with and vice versa is harder than ascending to heaven. What's more, he loves to make his way to the alleys of pleasure houses. You'd better keep an eye on him, or he'll really bring a courtesan back to marry one day." Xiao Jiming knew that her stepmothers were all famous courtesans in Chidong. They would kick up such a row in the backyard all day long that she would always get a headache the moment she got home. That was why she had detested courtesans ever since she was young. Who can stop him if he really meets someone he fancies? Xiao Jiming felt like letting out a long sigh. He said with a headache, "Even 10 bulls won't be able to haul him home. You'd better prepare for rainy days." Qi Zhuyin thought for a moment. Never mind about all the others, but her personality must not be too intense. Your Yiji is gentle by nature. If he brings home someone with a temper, then Yiji would have to suffer indignities every day, wouldn't she? Nothing has even begun to take shape yet. Xiao Jiming suddenly laughed out loud. "It's still too early. Marriages are the most unpredictable." Qi Zhuyin laughed too. Perhaps someday he will see the light. Xiao Qie felt as though there was a chill on his back. He looked back warily and saw Shun Zichuan standing beside Zhao Hui, looking contemplative. "I'll go to the Imperial Army office in a while to collect the waste token." Xiao Qie blocked the light in front of Shun Zichuan. "Before the final deployment order of the Imperial bodyguards is given, you will have to follow me day and night." "Day and night?" Shun Zichuan repeated the words and looked up at him. "Do I still have to lift the chamber pot for the second young master at night?" "If you want to, then sure." Xiao Qie took a step closer. "I'm busy these few days. I have to stay at the residence behind the Imperial Army office." Shun Zichuan did not answer. Xiao Qie had already turned around to receive Xiao Jiming. The review of the Court of Judicial Review had yet to conclude when both the Hua and Pan residences were searched and seized. Li Jianheng took the opportunity to close off access to the Empress Dowager's and Sea Palace on the grounds that the Empress Dowager was troubled by worries to the point of anxiety. With some difficulty, Enough money was finally gathered to make up for the shortfall in Libei's military fund for salaries and provisions. Xiao Fengxiu and Xiao Jiming could not stay for long, and so they left a few days after. Xiao Qie unexpectedly did not look reluctant to part with them. It was as if he had abandoned the ambitions he had during the autumn hunt after that night of inebriation. From time to time, Li Jianheng would bestow him with rewards, and each time, he would accept it with delight. Not only that, he also started to loaf on the job. Originally, the Imperial Army had the important task of conducting patrols. But he worked in fits and starts like the fisherman who fished for 3 days and dried the net for 2 days. For there was often no sight of him where he should be. The Ministry of War gradually began to voice their doubts about him as they grew more inclined to have him replaced. But Li Jianheng refused to agree and even used the tactics of making a scene and throwing his tantrum. He even went to the extent of almost falling out with the Vice Minister of the Ministry of War who presented the petition. He flung away the Memorial 5 from the Vice Minister of the Ministry of War and said, "Xiao Xian has made great contributions in coming to my rescue. Why isn't he up to being the Viceroy of the Imperial Army? It's not like he has bungled matters or held things up. I won't replace him." Both men reverted to the way they were before the autumn hunt, and Li Jianheng felt a little more relaxed. The Xiao Qie of that night was more like a figment of his imagination, while this man without an iota of decorum was his buddy. Li Jianheng also felt glad that Xiao Qie did not mention a word about returning to Libei. He was of the view that this was his buddy's consideration of his situation. There was really nothing he could do, and it was still possible to play while remaining in Kudu, wasn't it? Now that he had even become the emperor, Xiao Qie could throw his weight around as he liked given their relationship, no? So why return to Libei? How could that bitter cold land be as comfortable and carefree as in Kudu? When Xiao Qie wanted to head out of the city to race his horse, Li Jianheng approved it. When Xiao Qie wanted to expand the Imperial Army office, Li Jianheng approved it too. And when Xiao Qie wanted to be on duty for half a day and idle at home for the other half, Li Jianheng not only approved it, he even approved it with great delight. When both men had nothing to do, they would ride horses and play ball. Li Jianheng could not head for Donglong Street to fool around, but he could ask Xiao Qie over to listen to the Peeper Six together with him. That Mu Yu now lived in Mingli Hall. Li Jianheng originally thought that Xiao Qie would say a few words of admonishments. Instead, Xiao Qie said nothing and merely joined in the fun with him. It feels so fucking good to be an emperor. During the last reign in Kudu, Shi Jiyuan was sentenced to execution by decapitation by the Court of Judicial Review. Because Shi Hongxian distributed his wealth and sought forgiveness, he got into Li Jianheng's good graces and was transferred to the Ministry of Revenue where he took up a modest position. Shi Hongxian was originally adept at having fun, and this was just perfect for Li Jianheng, so Shi Hongxian would go looking for Li Jianheng every day to offer him suggestions on what and how to play. Shi Jiyuan had only just been sentenced when Hua Xiqian committed suicide by biting off his tongue in the prison. In the testimony he gave, he shouldered all the crimes without so much a word implicating the Empress Dowager. At present, it was just Ji Lei and Pan Rugi who had yet to be sentenced. Hai Liangyi wanted to pry a confession out of these two men's mouths, but he never succeeded. It was not until the house was damp that Shun Zechuan returned. As soon as he opened the door, he saw an Eastern Pearl 7 on the table. Shun Zechuan closed the door. He had only just picked up the pearl in his hand when he heard Chen Yang knocking on the door. He opened the door, and Chen Yang said, "The Viceroy is calling for you." Shun Zechuan grasped the Eastern Pearl in his hand. The strip of cloth it came with was soaked. He said naturally, "I'll go once I change my clothes." Chen Yang said, "Don't bother. Just go like this. The Viceroy doesn't have the patience to wait for others." With that, he took a step aside, wanting to leave together with Shun Zechuan. Shun Zechuan could only let his hands drop and stride out of the door to leave with Chen Yang. Xiao Qie was wearing a cloak. When he saw him coming, he said, "Take the blade and come with me." Shun Zechuan went out of the door. It was only when Xiao Qie led the horse over that Shun Zechuan realized Chen Yang had not followed them. Xiao Qie got up the horse, and the gerfalcon shook the water droplets off its neck before landing on Xiao Qie's shoulder. Shun Zichuan could only follow after him. The horse left the city and braved the rain to head for the military drill grounds at Mount Feng. When they arrived at the drill grounds, it was empty and void of people. Xiao Qie removed the reins for Lang Dao Shuejin and gave it a pat to let it run around to play by itself. Meng flew under the veranda, unwilling to soak in the rain any longer. "Take off your clothes." Xiao Qie turned around and said to Shun Zichuan as he untied his cloak. Shun Zichuan held the blade in his arms and raised his chin. The water trickled down the front of his clothes, exposing that fair, delicate neck of his. Xiao Qie felt just like a person seeing a cat every time he looked at Shun Zichuan's neck. He always could not help wanting to give it a few rubs. What the heck is wrong with him? He had already taken off his outer garment while he was thinking. When he saw Shun Zichuan still not moving, he urged again, "What are you standing there blankly for? Strip quickly." Shun Zichuan raised his fingers and placed them on his own waist belt. He glanced at him and said slowly, "If I strip, there will be nothing left."